Okay, so I have the great pleasure of kicking this off. So first, good morning for those who I think I know many of you have at least seen me. My name is Madhav Rajan. I'm the Dean at Chicago Booth and also the George Schultz Professor of Accounting. This is such a great event and such a great day. So just want to welcome all of you to the Global New Venture Challenge Finals. So the New Venture Challenge as something that the school gets involved in started, I think, 29 years ago, and it's called the Ed Kaplan New Venture Challenge. And it's done an amazing job growing hundreds of ventures. And as that program became bigger, we had several sort of variants of it that we started, right? There's a college New Venture Challenge for the undergraduates. There is a social New Venture Challenge that John Edwardson has been funding. And then, of course, there is the GNVC for students of the Executive MBA program. And this started in 2008 to accommodate the growing entrepreneurial aspirations of our students around the globe. We're obviously very unique as a school in having physical campuses, right? Not just here, but abroad, now in Hong Kong and in London. And it's great to have all of you involved. So this is run by the Polsky Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation in collaboration with the EMBA program. And it's great. It really leverages our international campuses, helps get students together, brings them together for collaboration, innovation, and friendly competition. Maybe not that friendly, we'll see. It's been great to see so many successful ventures sort of come through the program, end up in the finals, and then sort of later. Thanks in large part to many of you here. I'm going to let Alyssa thank the people involved. Now, this year, I want to thank the teams for being incredibly flexible. I know that they were willing to relocate to many different campuses for the GNVC. In all, we had 20 teams selected to compete, 3 different semifinals held in each of our global locations, and the winners from each are here today. And again, just showing how global we are as a school, we have 2 teams representing Hong Kong, right, cohort, 2 representing London, and 3 representing Chicago. So a bit of home field advantage here for Chicago. I want to give a shout out to all the people who participated, the students, the teams, not just the ones here. Everyone deserves a huge amount of recognition for the effort they put in, for the endurance that they showed in coming here, as they've been working on refining ideas for, I think, the better part of a year, maybe even more in some cases. And just because some teams didn't make the finals, that doesn't mean they should give up on their ideas, right? We're incredibly proud of each one of the teams and the participants and the work that they put in, and hope that those who didn't make the finals will work even harder to prove the selection committee wrong. So let's hope so. I want to thank the GNVC Platinum sponsors, Caruso Ventures, Dentons, and our alum, Venetia Contagoris. And I also want to recognize our bronze sponsor, Troutman Pepper Lock. So we have attendees in the room here. We have attendees tuning in on our live stream. Thanks for being here today to support the students, celebrate their success. Finally, big thank you to the judges, the mentors who generously provided their time and guidance to the teams throughout the GNVC process, as well as the judges for the finals here. Your contribution is obviously incredibly valuable to the Booth educational experience. And finally, very happy to introduce my colleague, friend, entrepreneur, executive, Alyssa Rapp, faculty member in entrepreneurship at Booth. If Alyssa could ever find a way to bottle her bandwidth, that would be the biggest startup of all. So Alyssa, come on down.
The dean has many demands on his time. Please thank him for kicking this off today. Thank you. So welcome. We are here at the 18th Annual Global New Venture Challenge Finals. Please give yourselves a round of applause to kick this off. This is the definition of a team effort. It starts with extraordinary planning, preparation, research, and a lot of work in Airtable by a lot of people at the Polsky Center. So first I want to start by acknowledging them. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Alana. And thank you, Hayward. We would never have gotten to this point this year without you. Thank you. Please give them a round of applause. The only thing more impressive than the work behind the scenes of the Polsky Center is that of the program office. Natasha and Janet, you do so much. Thank you. And Jane, I don't know if Jane is in the room, but I wanted to say thank you as well. I know it's been a ton of work and we couldn't have done it without you all. So please give them a big round of applause. And of course, last but not least, the people boots on the ground. I had the great privilege of learning about GNVC for a year from the person who is a major mastermind behind it, in Professor Waverly Deutsch. And then when we had a major family loss in January, and it was going to make my travel to Hong Kong very challenging, Waverly was not only an incredible educator, but a friend, and was willing to step in and do that for me. So please join me in thanking her. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. And Miss Liz is more than TA, more than a coach. She is the through line of this program and has been for several years. She was here late at night on dress rehearsals last night. She travels endlessly, and she thinks deeply about your businesses day in, day night. And I think Waverly and I would both agree that it would be almost impossible to do this without her. So please join me in thanking Liz. And this finals only comes to pass when you have extraordinary judges who are real-world practitioners, real-world angel investors, real-world seed-stage venture capitalists who give up their time and their mind share to spend a very long morning with us at Booth. I will let them introduce themselves. Everyone here is a veteran of this program or of judging business plan competitions, and it is an incredible privilege that anyone will be judged by them today. So I'm going to pass the baton to my friend Susan first to kick it off. Oh, you have a mic. Yeah, never mind. I'll let you do it that way.
Good morning. Is it working? No. There we go. Okay, wow. Good morning, everyone. So glad to be here with you. I'm repping today, I guess, Golden Seeds Managing Director. We're New York-based and launching in Chicago, and invest primarily in diverse teams that must include a woman founder or leader. So congrats to everyone here today.
And with a Booth intern this summer.
Yes, yay.
Hi, everyone. My name's Deepa Mehta. I'm an investor in residence at the Polsky Center. It's been about 5 years, but graduated Booth in 2012 and have been in venture ever since. Valio is an outsourced corporate venture program for hospital systems and health plans. We invest in healthcare IT and healthcare services companies. And I'm excited to see all of the pitches today. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Troy Henikoff, serial entrepreneur. About 20 years ago, started helping other entrepreneurs. Sat next to Waverly for many long days and years as a faculty coach for New Venture Challenge. Loved it. Run a venture fund. I'm doing a lot of work helping Techstars roll out a new model to new cities, including Chicago. Awesome. Just excited to be back, and thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sonia Nagar. Many years ago, I was a founder, but for the last 10 years, I've been an investor, an angel investor. I was at Pritzker Group for 9 years on their venture capital team, and then last year left with another longtime Pritzker partner and launched a fund called Snack Venture Partners. We invest in seed-stage digital marketplaces that are helping to bring old line industries online. And I have my intern here, my daughter Zara, who has her birthday today, and is excited to hear all the pitches. So thank you for having both of us.
Happy birthday, Zara.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Victoria Leon with Hyde Park Venture Partners. I also started as a founder before Booth and then graduated in 2023, so it's also nice to see so many familiar faces here. Hyde Park Venture Partners, we're based here in Chicago, investing in pre-seed to Series A companies that are building in the Midwest. Excited to hear all of the stories.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Manu Sharma, excited to be here. Similar to Victoria, I'm class of 2023 at Booth, but been in venture for about 7 years. Recently joined the team here at OCA Ventures, based out of Chicago. We've been a firm in Chicago for 26 years, primarily focused on B2B, fintech, and healthcare across pre-seed all the way up to growth. Thanks for your time.
Good morning. I'm Kathleen Swan. I am a partner at Troutman Pepper Locke, which is a AmLaw 10 firm with 33 sets of offices and a focus in early stage venture capital and private equity funding. And this is my vacation days because I love to come and hear the companies. We work with you, we partner with you, so good luck to everybody today.
And thank you for all the support you provided the teams already along this journey. Please join me in thanking our esteemed panel of judges. So while most of you are familiar with the process, other students and friends and family, just as a recap for anyone on the live stream who might not be, we are going to be presenting to you 7 teams today. They will have the opportunity to pitch uninterrupted for 10 minutes. Then they will be highly interrupted, we hope and expect, from the judges for 10 minutes of Q&A. Then the judges are asked to immediately input their feedback into the form that you receive from Hayward. If there's any technical challenges or form access challenges, this is the moment to solve that. And then after the presentations, after the first 4, we'll take a very brief bio break. We'll resume for 3 more, and then the judges will deliberate. And during the deliberations, we will go to a different room, and then we'll come back, I believe, into this room for the announcement when it's all said and done. 6:21, and we'll remind you of that. Any questions about the rules of the game? So the excellent news today is we have not only diverse regions of the world represented, but really unique and diverse ideas. From fintech to SaaS-based AI-inspired healthcare delivery and something more old guard like next generation cybersecurity or membership-based model for dog parents and their furry friends. You are going to get to see a range of business models and a range of innovation. These students have worked extraordinarily hard throughout the course of the last really 9 months, and not just refining an idea, but learning how to communicate it with an arc of a story that will be both compelling for a seed stage investor and we hope convincing to the judges in the room. But I say this every time, and it's cheesy, but it's actually quite important. You made it here as a finalist, and that's what makes you a winner. You adopted a learning style and worked tirelessly to get to this point. Whatever comes from today, you will be a better investor, a better entrepreneur, or a better intrapreneur for it. That is winning. That is the privilege of the experience. And I hope you leave today feeling like you left it all on the field from the presentation, and then you have won. With that, it is nonetheless a competition, and we wish you all the very, very best. Please welcome Athena Investment Terminal as our first group.
Do you hear if I stand here? Stand in the middle.
I think so. Good morning. My name is June. I'm the head of product at Athena. Athena is an AI-powered investment terminal specially built for investment teams. Working in the hedge fund industry has been really stressful this year because of mainly this. Every week, different things happen with regards to the tariff and the macro situation, which forces us to constantly adapt and change our investment thesis and our research and analysis based on what is new. But it also brought out and exposed some of the problems we have in the way we work. Specifically, the workflow and the investment stack for the investment community is oftentimes outdated, messy, and not fit for purpose. As a result, we live in this organized mess environment, echoed by some of the pictures I took of my very own office. Now, investment research should be relatively straightforward. It's typically an investment analyst collects information, analyzes it, then communicates it back to a senior investment manager like a portfolio manager or CIO, who then evaluates it and makes the final decision. However, because information is stored in many different locations, we use a multitude of tools and platforms that don't talk to each other. It looks more like a very messy workflow. So for instance, if you were told to update your investment thesis, based on latest tariff situation, you may need to know which exact emails are important to you based on that analysis right now. You may need to log into 5 different research portals. You may even need to actually queue up for that expensive shared Bloomberg terminal just to pull some financial data to update your financial model. And in the meantime, the CIO or head investment is sitting in the corner wondering, what is the progress? What are the missed opportunities? And even after receiving your research, can he or she actually rely on this advice? I tried to quantify this, and I realized that if I could save just 1 hour a day from an investment team, it translates as $125,000 a year for my firm. And every 1% outperformance we can achieve is a $1 million top line revenue for us. And this is why we built Athena. And to tell you more about the solution is CTO Sakning.
Thanks, June. So what should a solution look like? We believe the solution should have core key capabilities. And let me walk it through with the example which June just showed. Number one, it should have a unified collaboration space. So think of Slack, but for the investment team. All the shared dashboard conversation in the same context window. So next time analyst raises flags an issue, the trader, CIO see the same context and act in sync. Number two is market data from trusted source. So imagine a live dashboard having the market data, which gives you actions and news for you to action on based on your firm's position. So if a CIO sees a trigger, he can identify whether it's market noise or something I need to really act on. Number three is a view to get external and internal research combined. Now, Athena surfaces internal notes from the research team, your reports, external reports into a singular frame. And it's not about aggregation, it's more about context awareness. Before making the call, the CIO will not only get what the analysts have been flagging, but they will also see what they have addressed when they flagged it before, which gives the confidence to act. And this is all possible using Athena's AI native terminal, where we have agents which can ingest emails, documents, etc. And we also make it very easy to integrate with external LLMs to chat and interact, essentially making it easy for the users to interact with Athena. And that's the power of Athena solution. It gives clarity, speed, and precision to the leadership of the investment team and gives a central intelligence layer for them to make smarter prioritization. Now, one of the things which we have been seeing on how our competitors are using AI in this space is majorly on retrieval and summarization. And that is where we believe we are different. Based on our deep domain expertise, we work with the investment team to build use cases in the application layer, which will simplify their workflow. And to talk more about the solution, we have our CEO, Charles.
Thanks, Agnik. So I've been in this industry for over 20 years. And it's always been ridiculous to me that the hundreds of thousands of research analysts and portfolio managers around the world have not had a good integrated solution like Agnik just described. And with the rise of Gen AI, there's a real opportunity to improve every single part of the investment workflow. Research analysts can get their work done quicker and with more efficiency, but more importantly, portfolio managers and senior decision makers now have an intelligent tool to help them make better investment decisions and improve the returns of their funds. And we know that every knowledge industry, and finance being no exception, is going towards AI solutions. But what's actually being built out there? There's some companies building products for the research team, but these are mostly chatbot-based interfaces and document search functionality, more suited for private equity and investment banking. On the other end of the spectrum, we have incumbent financial terminal providers that are adding incremental solutions, but still remain very much focused on their core market of providing real-time market data and news for the trading community. And for us, our focus on helping investment decision makers and manage their team is a clear point of differentiation from the competitive landscape and helps us make a complementary product to the solutions out there. And this is being validated by our progress so far. We're working closely with our initial pilot client to build an enterprise-ready solution within 4 months. We've partnered with 2 leading data vendors, and since the GNVC semifinals, we've added 6 additional trial clients, some of whom actively approached us when they heard about the problems that we're solving. And we're confident that we can continue to work with them because of our amazing team. June has been a hedge fund founder. He understands deeply the problems that every role in the investment team faces. For myself, I've been a research analyst, portfolio manager, and also investment founder in wealth management. And on the technical side, I'm personally involved in building the application. Joining me is Sagnik, who has 15 years experience in tech and was on the early team of one of the most successful fintech products in Asia, HSBC's PayMe. For go-to-market, Vesna, who unfortunately couldn't be here today due to travel issues, has the exact experience we need for B2B enterprise sales, having both senior and frontline positions in this space. And in operations, Julian is has run finance operations for one of the leading hedge funds in Asia. And here to tell you more about how we're going to scale is Julian.
Thanks, Charles. So the market for financial terminals and collaboration tools is quite large, and it's growing very fast. By 2030, we estimate that the total market size will be about 55 billion, growing at a CAGR of 9%. Our target customer segment in the first phase will be public equity investors, so namely hedge funds and mutual funds. And in subsequent phases, we plan to expand into additional market segments, such as independent investment advisors and private banking, and then into asset classes other than public equities. Our goal is to reach annual recurring revenues of 105 million by year 2030. Drilling into the unit economics, for the typical equity hedge fund client, we look to initially charge $36,000 a year. This provides 6 Athena terminals, 1 for the head of investments and 5 for equity analysts. For our COGS, the 2 main variables are data usage and AI inference costs. The cost to pull high integrity market data, and then the cost to use AI technology to process each user query. Altogether, that represents 44% COGS, which leaves us with 56% contribution margin per user just in the first year. Every year, we aim not only to increase the number of our enterprise contracts, but as we add more functionality and expand into additional market segments, we also plan to increase our annual contract value to 170,000 by our 6th year of operations. After our product is commercially viable, we project revenues to grow to 75 million, and this translates to 105 million ARR. This growth trajectory is comparable to other B2B SaaS companies that operate within our industry and service our customer segments. So we're seeking to raise 1.2 million for the first 18 months. This funding will enable us to achieve a few key objectives. Firstly, we've already secured our initial pilot client. The next steps will be to strategically partner with 2 additional early adopters. And by reaching out to our industry network, we currently have a short list of institutional prospects who are interested in working with us. And several have expressed interest to become early stage investors and regional data partners. And by our 2nd year, we plan to acquire up to 21 clients within our core markets, Hong Kong and London. And the primary objective and milestone here is to achieve 1 million ARR. And with that, I hope you'll be part of our AXP24 story. We welcome any questions. And on the dot. Oh my God.
Soft landing.
That set a very high bar for time management to the other teams. Judges, the team will field your questions directly.
So can you talk a little bit about, are you a software tool? Are there any network effects or data moats or things that will help you to make sure once you land a customer, you keep them and can't be displaced?
Okay, thanks. So our main, our core value is integrating all of the internal data from the firm. So like any sort of internal research node, any research coming in from the emails, it's all being structured and put into the central database. And I think the continued usage of this, if they're using it every day, all their information is being centralized in one system, then it's kind of hard to move away from that going forward. And then other network effects is if you're using it, we also have internal communications built in between the research analysts and the portfolio managers. So that internal communication is also logged and also being part of the internal knowledge repository. And there's also an internal network effect in there as well. Yeah.
Sorry. Thanks for the presentation. Do most of the customers that you sell into have decent sized engineering teams? And if so, can you talk about how they think about the buy versus build decision?
Okay. So we've been mostly talking to hedge funds in Asia, various sizes, and even the largest ones there, they do have internal tech teams, but at most they have one person looking at AI. And in terms of progress, really not really made any sort of integrated solution yet. So they're still in the very early stages there. Going forward, I would say that buy versus build, I think building might be easier in the very early stage, but going forward, because the models are just getting better every year, and you really need a large team to do evaluations, unit tests, and it's a continuous process. And we think eventually they're going to outsource, even if they build in the beginning. Troy's first. Yeah.
So I'm a little confused about your financials. So I thought I heard you say that you wanted to be at 105 million in ARR by 2030. Is that correct?
That's right.
And on this slide, you say 24 plus months from now, you're going to be at a 1.03 million in ARR.
Yes. So
That's like end of 27, beginning of 28. Sounds like you're going to grow 100-fold in the subsequent 24 months. Can you help me understand that?
Sure. So initially, our contract value would be $36,000 a year as we target smaller size hedge funds. And so we're initially targeting small size hedge funds because the decision makers can make early decisions. As we plan to grow in the next 5 years, we're planning to increase the annual contract value as we target larger size hedge funds and increase the number of users per seats. And that would be a growth of 170,000 by contract value by year 6. And for that, we're looking to grow into 622 clients by that time.
So how are you going to actually acquire those customers?
Sure.
So you didn't talk at all about customer acquisition and going from 1 million to 100 million in 2 years. That's going to require some serious customer acquisition.
Right. So what we focused on in the funding and milestone is the first 2 years, the first 18 months, 24 months. And for this 1 million ARR, we're leveraging off our own network of industry buy-side contacts. And we've already secured a few trial clients. And it's not an exhaustive list, of course, of buy-side clients. But what I didn't get time to mention in our presentation is that we also have an exhaustive, a very comprehensive list of contacts in the sell side, which, after real feedback, there's real interest in those people becoming investors of us. We have contacts with prime brokerage sales, research sales, sales traders, and
Sorry.
That.
So who is selling this? Like, are you doing inside sales? Are you like what does that organization look like bottoms up to get you $100 million of ARR in 2 years?
So our CRO is not here today. She could not get a flight in time. Normally she would take this question. So in our model, we're projecting building a enterprise sales team.
How big is that?
So we have them like the base model, because I don't have the base model is each one maybe is going to bring in 13 contracts a year at our average ACV, and then I think by year 5, I think we had 21 we had 21 business development people, but then also a lot of support staff around them. So that's all inside the financial model. There's a lot of it's their salary, but also a lot of marketing expense to support that sort of growth. So that's very much how it's growing. Yeah.
I had a question on the product. So some of it is really dependent on the data feeds that are coming in from external sources. Is there any chance that the data you wouldn't be allowed to use the data feeds, or Bloomberg could turn some of that off to be able to, because I've seen that happen in other instances. So I wasn't sure how if you've gotten all those permissions to use in your product, and what those contracts end up looking like.
So how it works is we have basically signed prelim contracts with FactSet and Morningstar as the main data provider, and within that, they have allowed us to obviously distribute that data. And with regards to the rest of all that information, it's very much based on the firm's way of inputting information into the database and letting the AI tag the different information, putting them different tickers and in different categories. And that very much is the current solution that we're using is basically a very simple BCC like shared email address, and everything that comes into the firm throws into that email address. The AI ingests it and then allocates into the different areas of the database. So that's the preliminary, and there's a lot of drag and drop kind of like functionality as well to make it very easy for us to input information into the system.
Then would each one of the firms be able to customize the solution based on what their strategy is
That's
from
right,
an investment
yeah.
standpoint?
So I think if we had the slide, so for my firm specifically, we categorize our universe in different ways, and we build our teams in different ways. So you will be able to basically customize it based on your user needs. And with AI, it's a lot easier to do that as compared to traditional systems.
There will be some overlaps in terms of the processes, and that's what we'll try to, when we build it, we'll try to build it in a way where it's more modularized, so on and so forth. It can be reused, but yes, there's definitely an element of that customization.
Yes, let's do it.
I just wanted to hear a little more, please, about how you'd protect against Bloomberg and others adding similar services, coming in and taking your market.
Yeah, I mean, the Bloomberg model has very much been, the traditional financial terminals is all about external information coming in, putting in more news, more asset classes, and so on and so forth. And if you look at our price point as well, I think there's a little bit of innovator's dilemma there for them to adopt something like that. They have tried historically to include external and internal research and chat as well, but they've seemed to be stuck in this, very traditional structure, a form, and unable to do that. They actually tried to move away from the way the terminal works, but they failed to do that many times. And I think in terms of being embedded within the investment research process for the entire firm is not something that they think is attractive and they want to capture for now, at least.
You are selling into, for someone who spends most of her life with the SEC and FINRA, and I love them nothing more than life itself. You're selling into, sorry, that's what you get when you put a lawyer on a panel, that's all I can say. But the point is you're selling into probably the most regulated industries worldwide, and none of your slides, and not only in the United States, but anywhere in Asia, Europe, et cetera. Although it's not your problem, it is your primary customer's problem. And what I love about your platform, but I think it's one of the things I'd like to hear how you're going to address, is you're pulling in all these external resources. And when people are making their disclosures, this has got to be controlled. And how do you, one, help people meet the regulatory requirements so that they're not losing their licenses wherever they have them to operate and to provide the data that is the output?
I'll take that one.
Regulatory.
Yeah. I'll take it, okay. Yeah, so, we give people full control over what they put into the system and also who has access to what information. So if you have email feeds coming in, they control which emails get forwarded into the system. And they also, the employees have, they're siloed on who has access, who can see what. So we give them the tools to control that. And we also have a record that they can use for compliance purposes to audit sort of the path towards investment decision. But they very much have the responsibility to control what goes in and what comes out.
So what you're really saying is it's not your problem. You're giving them a tool, and then they've got to take care. You give them the record, but then they have to make sure that they monitor it appropriately.
Yeah.
Thank you, Athena Investment Terminal. Home base, you're on deck. Please come down. Judges, take your time, get your feedback in, and we will resume in just a few minutes. You okay? No tea?
That's good.
Oh, thanks. I put a thank you gift in your bag.
The notebook?
Now you've got one. Jane, I thanked you, but you weren't here. Okay, okay. No, like
We missed her, but they did a
I would
great
actually
job.
say that was flawless.
Yeah,
I mean,
they did
Q&A is always going to be the wrinkle in all of these, but
They did a great-
their presentation was, I mean, I put it on the top of my notes, like, flawless.
Yeah, yeah.
It was
Yeah.
as good as it gets. Well done.
Still two more.
Everybody, as we get ready for our next team, I'd like to ask for 2 points of courtesy. Please do not leave or enter the room as other people are presenting. It is rude and distracting. And thank you for being so on time. That was extraordinarily impressive. In the event that the buzzer does go as a question's being asked, we'll run maybe a minute or two over, but try to stay fidelity to the time limit. Do you have them all? No, two more, and then we'll get going.
Be sure you hit that submit button.
Yep. Sometimes it's hanging out there.
You see that? This is green's for.
Oh, how appropriate. No, don't do that. It's too early in the day. She was up all night on a deal, poor thing.
She's a lawyer. She's got to make sure her advice is legal.
Sound.
She's got to give advice that is safe and legal.
Well, we can maybe find you a mouse. Someone can find good if someone has an extra wireless mouse for Kathleen. So we're going from next-gen Bloomberg terminals to making home maintenance easy. Please welcome Home Base.
Hi, my name is Peter Jun. This is Thomas Jacob. We are Homebase, a premium home services tech platform that acts as a general contractor, helping homeowners with their maintenance, repairs, and projects. This is an annual maintenance checklist for your home. Overwhelming, isn't it? But it doesn't have to be. With Homebase, we provide you the tools and resources on the dashboard and access to a high-quality service provider network to book your services anytime you need it. We help homeowners that are facing headaches and unexpected repairs and tasks, busy families that are balancing their work life and taking care of their home, and also young professionals, first-time home buyers who
who don't really understand how to take care of their home, want a trusted partner to help them. The average US homeowner faces constant maintenance tasks and unexpected repairs. They're facing up to average deferred maintenance of $3,000 to $5,000 that could lead up to $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 worth of damages. And homeowners who want a real trusted partner, on-demand contractor that need them, support for emergencies at any time. And this is what you're going to get when you go on a home base. You can start out and sign up with an annual home consultation. So home experts, someone from our team, going through your wish list, improvement projects, and anything we're concerned with our checklist that goes into the digital home profile. And this digital home profile goes into our personalized AI maintenance dashboard. It starts working for you day one, making insights, recommendations, previous people that you used before. And it goes into a home health record, that Carfax for your home, history of services anytime you want to reference it. And project coordination, 0% on financing on projects, and emergency support, that roadside assistance anytime you need it. And this is why service providers are going to go on this network. High qualified leads. Don't have to chase homeowners, asking them what time can I show up, when can I get there. They want you. Faster cash payout, because cash flow in this industry is very critical. And premium payments. Premium homeowners will pay premium service when they need it. And the one source of truth, because we already understand your home. The window washer, they know how many windows you have, what type of windows you have, and where you live, and they'll give that quote fast. And this is the team that's going to lead it. CEO, myself, Peter, former co-founder of a home maintenance startup, Thomas Jacob, over 20 years experience in enterprise tech software, co-founder of our software and successfully exited, and our board of advisors, over 50 years of experience in real estate development and finance. Homebase is filling a market need. Tech marketplaces out there, they're where you have to search for your services and your providers and your contractors, you have to chase them down. They can be unreliable. They don't know always going to deliver high quality work. And very much on the luxury end of the market, pricing people out. This is basically estate management. Homebase is serving people who want an elevated experience, just right in the middle, anytime you need them. And Thomas is going to walk you through how it works.
Thank you, Peter. Here is Alice. This is what her mood looks like whenever she thinks about home maintenance. She got some advice from her friends that to try out Homebase. So she's ready to sign up. Once she signs up, the first thing she will do is add her home. So when you add home, behind the scenes, our LLMs are already getting information and public information and getting all those information to the database. So once that is done, she have three choices. Do a consultation. Somebody from our team will come to their home and then do the consultation for her. Or she can do a virtual option, which somebody will guide her to do the home profile. And then she can always have a self-select too. So once that is done, if, let's say the consultant comes home, he will walk with her, get pictures for all the appliances, immediately upload that to the platform. The platform behind the scenes, the LLMs again analyze that and then put more information. She can always augment more data to that. So once that is done, she will get a recommendation of some of the maintenance which she can do immediately. At that point, she can decide where to schedule a maintenance, and all this information comes to her dashboard. So later on, if she gets an emergency request or a home service request, she can add details about like the picture and some more details about the problem. That once it goes to the platform, we already have a lot of information about her home already there. So we actually relate those information and then provide her some intelligent feedback on what to do next. Again, she can schedule this the maintenance that goes through our platform, goes through the providers, through integrations with the provider network, and then she will get some one or two estimates, and she can choose what to do next. This again comes to her dashboard. From here, so I'll give back to Peter on the MVP progress we have made so far.
Thanks, Thomas. And I'm going to now show you how it works and how easy it is. So this is our prototype. You get the consultation, and you get the digital home profile. Look at that. That's your home. Information, data, everything from the consultation, And if you're on the essential other two plans, it's always going to be updated. Now it's going to go through the components out there, some in public records, adding on some key features. Now here's the maintenance history. Remember that thing in the beginning with the maintenance checklist? That's right here. That's that Carfax for your home. History, reference point anytime you need it. And anytime you want to look up some past work, things that you want to get done, just search it up. Now here's the really cool part. You're adding your new appliance or some new product you just got for upkeep. That cereal plate in the refrigerator that's hard to get when you gotta go inside, take a picture of it, upload, starts working for you. It's gonna be logged in. That's how easy it is. So how easy it is now with our plans, which I'm gonna walk you through. So our first plan is the Flex plan, the $119 a month. That's for first-time home buyers, people who just wanna try us out. Family Home Essentials plan, families that wanna try and balance their busy life schedule. And Premium plan, for investor owners, me and landlords, people want a premium elevated experience because they have other properties. And this is a market that we're going after. $154 billion in the top 50 major US cities of household values of $1 million and above. 8.75 at the top 5 major US cities. And at a conservative penetration rate of 7%, we believe we can attain 611 million. And this is how we're gonna get that. Community events. We're gonna go talk to homeowners, see what they need. Partnerships, mortgage lenders and realtors, because they're talking to homeowners every day with their problems. Referral promotions. Homeowners talk to each other. How'd you get that work done? Digital marketing, building up a brand presence. And on the network, homeowners are going to be on this network through discounted pricing and trials. Service providers are going to understand the consistent revenue and quality of customers they get, and the product, the AI maintenance that's working for you all the time, and that home health record, that Carfax for your home. And this is the growth that we're going to be focused on. The first 3 years, we're working on the MVP, sales and marketing. And after year 3, really focus on standardizing our cost and operating model, expanding to the major US cities. And our unit economics, our revenue coming from maintenance project fees, subscription, and on the cost side, labor and tech. And Thomas is going to walk you through the milestones.
So as Peter showed the video, we are making some good progress with the MVP. We are expecting to, we are thinking like two to three more months to bring our first version. We are expecting like 20 subscribers in 2025 itself. 2026, we are launching in Chicago. And that's 160 subscribers. 2027 also we'll be focusing on Chicago. That's 2,000 subscribers. 2028, we are planning to expand it to 4 new cities. The initial thought is NY, LA, Houston, and Phoenix. From 2029 to 31, we are expecting every year to double our subscribers. So this is the fund we are asking for, 1 million. Peter and I, we are committed for 50K each. The additional funding we are looking for is 25% for the MVP. We are expecting like 250K for building the platform, 35% for sales and marketing, 20 for working capital, and 20 for operations. With that, I will hand it over to Peter again.
Thanks, Thomas. Every homeowner has faced issues in terms of trying to fix their home, unexpected repairs, just need somebody to call whenever they need them. With Homebase, that doesn't have to be a problem. We save you time, money, and stress. Thank you.
Judges, the floor is yours.
What is for? I'll just go left, right. Sorry, I can't see the name. Susan?
Super appealing product, I must say. But could you tell us more, please, about how you'd qualify your vendors and really maintain quality, and then how you do that across, even in Chicago, Chicagoland, it's a broad swath. So love to hear more on that.
No, that's absolutely a great question. So every region is very localized. So when I was at the previous venture I was at, so we were doing a lot of general contracting work too on the other side. Most of the time what you do is very typical in the industry is you bring people on for about 2-week, 3-month period, depending on the project. And you usually have somebody on site, whether it's a project manager that's judging their quality of work. And that will be our vetting process. It'll be a trial period, seeing what the quality of work they're delivering, and we're recording that, and then we'll bring them on board to our network.
So you'd have somebody on site watching?
No, not every time. This is just doing a trial period. So it's fairly standard in industry. It's like you do a couple times of iterations and you solidify that relationship, and then it goes from there. So, and we would just be formalizing that process. Yes, Manu.
So traditionally, a lot of home services businesses have a hard time scaling to ensure the same quality of service across regions. While you have this software layer that's helping you have a bit of a moat, how do you think about protecting your ability to scale with your software and the marketplace in other geographies and making sure there's other competitors that are not copying you or doing something similar?
No. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
On the operator side, so construction is very regional and local, right? So starting over here in Chicago, we'd be from my previous venture and experience, what I learned was that we were actually trying to sell subscription plans that were fixed to homeowners. And we realized that homeowners actually don't want a fixed plan. They just want a plan that's personalized to them, and they just want to call you whenever you need you. Right? And also the second mistake that we made was also we were hiring internal people, HVAC technicians, plumbers, and that was hard. And we were not capitalizing the relations that we already had within the networks on the GC side. So from that, we learned that if we have a software, we can have homeowners connect to those people while also maintaining high quality service. Because the GC and all those people, what you're really hiring is two things: customer service and project management. Right? And also on the other side, the service provider, the contractor, the subcontractor, they're hiring you, they're working with you because what? Two things. Great to work with, also you're giving me cash. Right? That's what they really care about. So it's a very relationship-driven business. In each of the regions that we would go to, we would identify probably a key construction or partner that we go with first, partner with them, capitalize on that network, and invest in there. Deepa? I'm just going left to right, by the way, guys.
Can you talk a little bit about how the project-based work would work? So you've got the subscription, but let's say you need to change out your HVAC. Right? So would you get a quote and that would be on top of obviously the subscription? And then how would you make sure that that was a right quote, right? And that was, versus, or, giving them multiple options? Because I think construction is kind of similar to healthcare in the sense that you don't actually, for a lot of people, they don't know how it works. And so it's really hard to try to figure out the right choices for your home. So how does that education happen?
So that education will be actually between both the homeowner and the contractor. So like your furnace tune-up, that's exactly to the HVAC company. They'll usually know right away in terms of what you need. The two things that the HVAC company will really love about us is that digital home profile. They'll already understand what kind of furnace you have and what service history there is from the consultation. So they'll automatically understand what kind of quote you can give you and the availability and all that stuff. On the other front with the homeowner in terms of just looking for services and project coordination, to your question. So there's very different kinds of projects within residential construction, not to say commercial, right? Replacement projects of like a porch or cladding, very clear cut. Project for like a renovation, that's where a little more where customization, that's where the value would be. Because replacement projects, a lot of the contracts can quote right away because we'll know the square footage of all that stuff. So we would have to be just learning by doing and fine-tune that process and understand our line items with different projects. But majority of projects that we're talking about, the project coordination will be highly customizable ones. And where you want some extra effort, that's what you're paying for. Victoria?
What's the scope of the maintenance, or it seems like you're kind of combining both maintenance and like additional home improvements, which are selling to two very different types of customers. And if you're focusing on maintenance, how do you think about how your customers would allocate some of their spend towards this versus alternatives like insurance or warranty?
No, that's a really good question. So they are very two different kind of customers, but from the industry side, a lot of homeowners and customers, when they build your home or they're building a building for you, you're usually the first point of contact or a realtor, whoever sold you the home, in terms of, hey, a year long later, something's broken down, I need you, right? So it's that trusted partner you got to establish right away. So on the maintenance side, though, it's usually just like once they understand the quality of work and service that you have, reliability, that's when they trust you on the projects. And there's a lot of components and projects within your home that somebody that understands your home that goes into it. Like kitchen remodeling, if they know your plumbing, what kind of plumbing you got, also like all the like legal stuff too, right? The permitting, that goes a long way. So it crosses over a lot. So, Troy?
So this is a giant space, and I like the space. I invested in a company here in Chicago called Fixer.
Yeah, know them well.
Which didn't do so well in the end, in spite of a lot of work from a lot of smart people, including Mike, who, his previous company he took to IPO. So really smart people working on it. I believe that to break into a market like this, the finer the edge that you have to go into the market, the easier it is to penetrate. It feels like you're talking about a lot of different things. You're talking about home maintenance, you're talking about new homes, you're talking about renovations. What is your pointy edge that's going to get you into this market? Who's the ICP? How are you going to get to them? How are you going to get to critical mass?
So our ideal customer target market are more premium homeowners. So these are people that, like I said in the previous slide, we're about one. So my previous venture, I found our sweet spot between 1.5 to $5 million household values. These people are willing to pay up to $5,000 in terms of just not even just a fixed plan. And I've heard them tell me, I just want somebody at GC to be called on demand whenever I need them. So I know the willingness to pay is up there, and that's where we found our sweet spot. So that fine tuning is really, it's challenging, and I'm not gonna say it's not, because I've been through the previous venture, we pivoted, failed many times in terms of understanding our customer base, but what I came away from realizing was that homeowners want really just a reliable contractor network, a partner, and someone they can call on demand. Now we're pointing that to more the premium side of the market because that premium side of the market is able to where it's more profitable and we generate cash flow. And there's a clear target market of contractors that want to work with homeowners that will pay that premium price. So because like when I was on—
How are you going to get them?
Huh?
How are you going to get these people as customers?
We're going to go to where they hang out, schools, third places, farmers markets. We've done many events where we do raffle tickets and talking to people in schools. Kappa's on our network for just knocking on doors, right? Farmers, I mean, it can happen because I went out there knocking on like 500 doors, up to 1,000, and you're not going to get every single one. But once you get the one, you start working on it. Homeowners talk, they really do. And we invested also in relationship with realtors. Realtors and trying to help bundle up their pricing and packages and increase their value proposition. And a lot of them like went with that too, with the lunch and learns.
And what do you think the average time one of these customers will stay with you? What's your churn?
So I was only with the previous venture for about 1.5 years till I left. But the first 30 customers that we received that were paying this premium price, they stuck with us through the whole end. And that's because we're juggling both maintenance and—
So what are you modeling your churn at?
Our churn right now is at 10, 15%.
Right.
Yeah.
15%.
Is it what?
15%.
Per
But I'll
month?
double check. No, yearly basis.
Okay. Not what we saw at Fixer, but—
No, and I would love to talk to you about because I was very obsessed with Fixer. Actually, I emailed Fixer because I wanted to get their physical location in Chicago.
Yep.
I always want to talk about it, but it's a fascinating model. We actually talked to Humming Homes founder, by the way, and also Honey Homes.
Yep.
But we could talk about that offline. That's
Happy
fine.
to.
Yeah. Sonia.
I also like the space. I'm an angel investor in Honey Homes.
Oh, wow, okay. They just expanded here in Chicago.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're a customer. So my question is on the provider side. One clarifying question and then a follow-up question. So are you taking a take rate if, let's say, somebody decides they need to get their HVAC replaced and you connect them to the provider? Is part of your economic model taking a cut of that transaction?
Yes.
So if that's the case, how do you ensure that those providers, it feels like it's hard to get them to work with you versus prioritizing their full customers that they're acquiring directly? Is there almost like a weird incentive where they're going to say like, oh, I can, service the clients I get from you in 3 weeks, but the people that I get directly who call me are always going to get bumped to the front of the line because I'm making full, I'm not giving up a 20% or a 10% take rate.
No, that's absolutely a great point. And I'd love to actually talk to you about Honey Homes afterwards because I've got a lot of stuff I want to talk about that. But to your question though, so what we realized actually, we were doing from experience, we were on Angie's and Thumbtack, and Thumbtack over there trying to generate these leads with these customers. And what I found out is actually, from my experience, construction is a weird space, but it's a very relationship-driven industry, right? So once I give you a lead and you get consistent revenue, and you get something that's you always have a reliable customer, you're not going to go over and just say, hey, I'm going to skip over you because you're going to pass me up to more information and more like sales later on. It's weird in a sense like that. I know it makes like logical sense when you look at it, right? But in construction, it's so relationship driven. They're not going to do that because it just ruins the reputation. It's a very small market too, right? Because there can be a project where you're subcontracting, you're working together on a big one, and you now just sort of screwed somebody over, right? So, but that's just from my experience. So.
Thank you all. Neuro Unleash, please get mic'd up. Judges, please input your feedback.
Right, mom and dad take the girls out. Yep. And your kids.
Good? Need a snack? What's the plan for your birthday?
After this, I'm gonna go make cupcakes.
At home or at a place?
At home. And then I have a dance audition.
For what? For the dance.
All that. Like all kinds.
Awesome. At which studio?
All that.
Okay, good luck.
Hey, are you planning to be a venture capitalist like your mom?
No. Maybe an entrepreneur.
Maybe an entrepreneur.
They're setting Kathleen up with a mouse, so it may take just a couple more minutes.
I will give you full debrief after I've seen all the teams.
Great.
But I think it's going great.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
they
going
were,
great. Yeah.
they're very personal. The Q&A continues to
It's
hurt my soul.
And we did funny. We've been doing this for 26 years, right? These guys, they let their energy drop after they finish the presentation, and they don't understand that that's when the actual relationship
Second half of the
building
football game
begins.
is more important than the first.
Exactly, right? You got to play all 60 minutes.
And that's what separates the books from the at risk of being incredibly.
Athena has so much experience on their own, like they have so much knowledge about their space that they could actually address the questions, except for the go-to-market questions because Vesna wasn't here, right?
That's not going to take around.
Yeah. So
I think that the presentations, I hope and expect, will all be very strong today and walking down the road. I mean, some of you better than others.
I'm taking some notes for you.
I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Everyone, if you could please begin finding your seats. If you could please begin finding your seats. Now we're moving from fractional general contracting to unleashing neurodivergent talent in Japan. As a reminder, out of respect for your fellow presenters, please do not leave or enter the room during the presentations. Without further ado, Neuro Unleash.
Okay, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Kazu, CEO of Neuro Unleash. We are solving labor shortage issue in Japan by unleashing the unique talent of neurodivergent people, especially people with autism spectrum, to help business process outsourcing in IT sector. This is for both economic value and social impact. So look at the problem in Japan. So since 2000, labor force in Japan is declining. And by 2050, it will drop another 30%. It's critical situation in Japan. That's why companies are focusing on more their own core operation. It boosts demand of business process outsourcing in Japan. So the market is expected to grow 10% by next 3 years in Japan, especially IT BPO area, like data input or debug. So look at the market. So large company like a bank, tech, they can utilize great support service provided by professional firm, actually. But if talking about small company, especially for manufacturing or parts supplier, their limited budget and the small volume, even their needs is high, service is limited. Actually, I'm currently general manager of big tech company responsible for procurement and BPO. I see how much the small supplier needs good BPO service. So next, we will explain solution by our CPO, Dr. Yuma.
Thank you. This is Yuma. I'm going to talk about the solution. And the solution part is autism spectrum disorder people. And they, as you know, that they have challenges. They have difficulty with the communication, and they have hypersensitivity. That is, they are vulnerable to the stimulation from outside. And also, they have kind of rigid thinking, and they are difficult to change their mind. So that's why they are like assigned to a very menial job, like a parts assembly or cleaning, whatever, something like that. But actually they have advantage, they have potentials. They are good at repetitive tasks. They are good at excellent visual memory or memory the details. And they are a good fit for the data input, the debugs, or edit help tests. These are the IT BPO jobs. So why I can say that is actually I have been a psychiatrist for 20 years. I know them very well, and they are under-evaluated for a long time. So then we think that we are going to untap these talents. Then, so how it works? So we are going to unleash 130,000 SD workers. So we are going to make a talent pool first. Then it's kind of an online application by the ASD people. And then we are going to do some cognitive functional screening. It's like maybe you know that spot the difference or something like that. This is simple substitution test. These kind of tests are done by themselves. And then we can do some screening test. Then after the screening, we can go to the job interview. So we hire psychologists, occupational therapists, these are specialists, and then they are going to do a holistic assessment. That means we are going to make a kind of a specific chart in the middle, and they are good at, for example, in his case, he's good at reading comprehension, and he's good at repetitive tasks. But he needs support. He is not good at reporting to the others, or he's not good at awareness to self. So that clarifies the strengths and the weakness of the people. And then also what we can do to help support them. So, and that means that we can do tailor-made job-specific education training that unleashes their talents. Then they are going to do the work from home comfortably. And we are going to also support from remote or in person, because we hire the psychologists, occupational therapists, they're specialists. Then also, in Japan, there are 20,000 workshops in Japan. And then usually the ASD people or people with psychiatric disabilities usually go to workshops. And then they have a lot of staff that helps the people. And then we can collaborate with them. And then we are going to, they can work from the workshops. Then we can make a very comfortable circumstances for them. And that's why they can work efficiently. So that means our solution is we are going to untap the ASD people, and then we connect with the client company. That's our solution. The next is about the market solution. I'm going to introduce the Dai-san.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dai Uchida, work for sales strategy. We are targeting 22 billion IT BPO market in Japan and focusing on 2.2 billion for simple IT tasks. We try to capture 110 million of the market. Next, go-to-market strategy. CEO Kazu and I have built a strong network of 300 manufacturers over a course of business career and spoken with 30 companies, and 3 of them have high interest in our business solutions. We try to start a business with them within this year, and then growing a business in Tokyo metropolitan area, and then entering into other major cities in Japan by partnering with local banks and local companies. Next, we would like to explain about the financials from Yosuke.
Thanks, Dai. I'm the CFO of this team. I'd like to explain some financial status. Firstly, unit economics. On average, each client generates $10,000 per contract. Of the revenue, 30% covers our service delivery cost, and 50% covers our SG&A, and 50% retained as our operating profit, and 40% go directly to ASD workers. This model can help to cut the client's BPO cost by up to 80% compared with the other BPO competitors. And it also gives the opportunity to ASD workers to earn up to 5 times higher than they typically do. Next is our business forecast. Based on the go-to-market strategy that I mentioned, we'd like to aim to get 100 contracts and become profitable by year 2. And by year 5, our goal is to serve the 9,000 contracts and generates $110 million annual revenue. Then I'd like to back to Kaz again.
So we have a strong team with right experience to succeed. And I'm leading operation management, and Dr. Yuma bring expertise of medical point of view, and Yosuke and Dai handle finance and sales as well. And also, we are closely engaged with external great advisor in IT and B2B marketing, and also government field as well. So finally, here's our ask. So we are seeking 500,000 in seed funding to survive our first 2 years until we are making profit. So one more thing I want to tell you. The one part of the reason why I want to achieve this project is my son. So actually, he's a severe autism. His IQ is almost 30. It means he has quite limited ability to communicate with people. But on the other hand, actually he has many hidden talents. For example, once he listens any music, actually he can play piano immediately without any practice, instruction. And also he built complicated things in Minecraft with 5 monitors at the same time. Wow. Even he can learn programming as well. I don't know how he can do, but anyway, it's real. So that's why I see autism is not disability, actually. It's kind of a different way of thinking. So I not only make profit, I hope my son to have a better opportunity to find good job in the future. And also, a lot of people like my son should have the same opportunity too. So lastly, this logo was designed by my son when he was 4 years old. Even he cannot read any Japanese word by any way. So we believe this is a real social impact. Thank you. Yeah. So we are up to hear from you any question. Yes, Catherine.
Lovely presentation. This is marvelous. What international applications do you have? Because obviously there's going to be data. Autism is not geographically or culturally bound. So obviously you'll do your initial pilot in Japan, but where else can we expand this knowledge to?
Yes, that's a good question. Actually, that as Dai mentioned, that in terms of volume-wise, term-wise, Japan is big enough to start. But as you mentioned, that we have a similar problem in Asia country, labor is declining, and also similar problem of autism under-evaluated. So firstly, we want to focus on Japan. Then we're going to expand to like Korea or Southeast Asia first. Then, yeah, we're going to definitely aim to global. Because that in the world, I think maybe almost 1% people is diagnosed as autism. It means maybe 75 million people is there. So we're going to do it. Yep. Okay, one.
Again, I want to echo great presentation. My question is around the impact of AI and job automation. So a lot of BPOs are concerned around AI taking a lot of the tasks. So my question for you is, how do you think about what applications the people working at Neuro Unleash are going to be using, and how do you think about retraining and reskilling them through this wave?
Okay, firstly, I want to touch upon task-wise, and you might explain how to train. So actually, that you're right. It's a good question. I'm talking with my supplier more than 30, and what is the risk of replace to AI? So for big companies, they can utilize a big enterprise like SAP or Oracle, so they can utilize AI. But if I go to small manufacturing site, what they are doing is that they are doing that injection, making plastic parts, and they are recording that some, yes, like this. Yes, this kind of is a factory side. They are still doing a lot of that paperwork, and also that they have no money to doing that, invest to utilize a good service. So definitely we have a room to continue to doing, especially that I talk with them details about the process and the circle by red circle process is definitely not replaced by AI. But even we utilize AI, that anyway someone need to input data, right? And as I mentioned, autism people is suitable for this area. And yeah, Yuma.
Oh, yes. From the perspective of like a product, we are going to hire psychologists, other specialists, as well as quality assurance person. So they are good at maybe utilizing IT internally, and then we can utilize the AI to increase our productivity from the ASD side. So yeah, we can educate them to use the AI to improve their creativity. So that's our solution. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Troy?
I was a little confused. I think I know, but I'm not. I want to clarify. Are you a platform that is matching companies to these people, or are you an employer of record who's actually hiring these neurodivergent people and then putting them on contract in companies?
Actually, our model is matching, as you might explain, that we closely work with that workshop.
So you are doing the matching, and then the company hires the person directly?
It doesn't mean, actually the people in the workshop in Japan usually doesn't have any working contract and then doing some menial jobs. And in our cases, we are going to make a not strict working contract because we are collaborating with the workshop. And then the workshop has a ASD.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is this a finder's fee or recurring revenue? That's what I really care about as an investor.
Yes, in terms terms of the workshops, the workshop can get the people, and they can get the subsidy from the government. So that's their benefit. So then we are going to deliver a job to the workshop, and then we connect the workshop to the ASD people, and then we can get the job from the client company. So that we can get the benefit from the client company. But also workshop can get the benefit from the connecting to with us, and then they can.
Okay, I'm going to try again. Do you get a finder's fee one time, or do you get recurring revenue for every month that person continues to work?
In terms of the fee is continuous from the client side.
So it's recurring revenue.
Recurring revenue, yes.
And is that because you employ the person?
No, because we don't have to hire ASD people according to the. It's like a regulation in Japan, so because these people are not eligible to do strict contract. So that's why currently they are very low wages, under the minimum wages. But we utilize them to increase their wages about the minimum wage without doing the strict contract. That's
okay.
What.
So Sonia?
Oh.
So I think you might have partially answered my question. So I had a question on the cost savings side. So there was a slide you had that was like, we're going to save these manufacturers money over. Can you talk me through like how exactly are you? Yeah, this slide I was confused by. How are you achieving cost savings over whatever they're doing today?
How achieving?
No, actually, that part of the reason that, as Yuma mentioned, that wage of ASD people is much lower than average. So even we can pay to 5 times to them, just still cheaper than average. So this is one of the part of the reason how to reduce cost saving. And the other side, as you might explain, that we are platform, so we don't need to have our own facility, so that it's not heavy. So this is part of the reason why we can achieve this kind of that sustainable model. Is it? Yeah, deeper.
Yeah, this is a question. This is a slide I had the question on. So is the 10K per contract, is that yearly? So they would pay you 10K yearly, and then 4,000 would go to this individual, and then, the other 6,000 would be, either profit or SG&A and service delivery?
Yes, we are thinking that our term is a kind of a quarterly term, and then actually the 10K is a kind of a per month amount, and then this is a per contract like a calculation is 10K dollars means 500 hours of job per 1 month, and then we are going to assign 6 to 9 ASD workers, and then also they are assigned some specialists and quality managers, and then after this calculation we can deliver the 4K dollars to the ASD person. That's our calculation.
Okay. And if they went to go find somebody else, and I think this is where Sonia was going, if they went to go find somebody else, instead of paying 10K, they would pay 50K?
50K?
So in the slide before, or the unit economic slide before? So instead of paying 50K, they would be paying 10K?
Yes, that's per contract, yes. It's per month or something, yeah.
Okay. Very helpful, thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Another question, getting at the costs and unit costs and versus bots and AI, I guess I'm still not getting the 50K to 10K, and it seems to me that even for small and medium-sized businesses, the costs would be less with creating bots and using AI. Can you talk to that, please?
You mean that cost is still high for small company?
Right. Yes, I'm getting at how economic would this be versus other alternatives using technology.
Okay, but if that the small company directly employ people much higher actually, and they utilize that as a BPO service is still higher, so definitely it's competitive price, and also we are giving some trial time to let them to try. So after discussion with several companies, it's not too expensive, and if we lower our unit price, it means we cannot give more money to ASB people. So yeah, that's why we're gonna make this model. And after several communication, this is the best balance. Yeah. Anything else? Okay, Deepa.
The last maybe question is just around how do you see these unit economics scaling to other countries in Asia? Do you think it's going to look similar, or would it fluctuate?
I think it's influenced by the social welfare system or medical system. So yeah, we didn't calculate any specific calculation for other countries. We only calculate for Japan. So yeah, if we go abroad, yeah, we should recalculate that number. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Last before the break, Provenant, please come down to get mic'd up.
The neurodivergent people are employed by these workshops, so they are subcontracting labor to these workshops essentially. And the workshops get paid by the government for hosting the neurodivergent talent. So they don't have to employ them as employees, they can use them as contractors. Their employment is out of these workshops. Because the workshop, right now, the workshop pays them what the employer pays them. If it's a parts supplier or a cleaning service, they make what they make. The workshop's expenses, they're all not for profit. They're covered by the government. Yeah. So that's why by other governments in terms of the employment situation. It's a very challenging business model, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the payment comes from the insurance company and yeah.
Please, Hello. Please, everyone, take their seats. We have one more presentation before the official break. Last reminder not to leave and come back during this presentation. We will be taking about an 8-minute bio break from here. We'll let Waverly take her seat.
Usually it's me saying that.
And without further ado, Provenant.
All right. Thank you. I'm Mark, and we're here to introduce Provenant. We're a health tech platform focused on allowing users to own, understand, and act on their personal health data. So there's a real problem in healthcare today. 58 million Americans will be diagnosed with heart disease who have no idea they're even at risk. 60 million Americans will be diagnosed with cancer at a stage too late to effectively treat. 72 million Americans have prediabetes but have no idea. Early detection can have a massive impact on overall health outcomes and on saving lives.
We aren't the only ones who recognize that this is a problem. In the last year alone, the elective diagnostics industry brought in $8 billion. What does this tell us? It tells us consumers know that they're at risk and they're taking matters into their own hands. Traditional preventative care is no longer sufficient in detecting conditions, and they're turning to new services to get deeper insights about their health. Conditions go undetected not because we don't have the data. We have $8 billion worth of it. The root of the problem is data fragmentation. All of this is scattered across different systems, different providers, different platforms, and without integration, the full potential of the insights is lost.
Yeah, that's right, Yuki. So we're not going to ask for a show of hands, but just take a moment to ask yourselves, where does your health data currently live? If I asked you to bring up your most recent test results, would you be able to? And even if you could, would you be able to interpret those results? Does your primary care physician have access to your most recent out-of-network diagnostic tests or your health app data? For the vast majority of consumers, that answer is no. We're being flooded with a host of options to diagnose and improve our health, but we're not being given a roadmap to understand how to navigate it. And that's where Provenant comes in. By providing a platform to upload and understand your health data, we're putting power back in the hands of the consumer, and we're positioning ourselves in a very unique place within this market. So all these other companies, we actually don't even see as competitors. We see them all as potential partners whose data we can leverage to make our platform that much stronger and our customer base that much more informed.
Emma, should we walk everyone through how this actually works?
Absolutely. So meet Michael. He's 47 and he cares about optimizing his health. Actually, in the last year, he's done several elective diagnostic tests. He's done a whole genome sequencing test with Nucleus. He's done a full body MRI scan with Pronuvo, and he's done Viome to look at his gut health.
Well, it sounds like Michael's doing all the right things. What are these tests telling him?
Honestly, Yuki, he's not really sure. The problem is the results are scattered everywhere. Some are buried deep in his Gmail folder, some siloed across website portals, hidden behind forgotten logins. And when Michael does remember that elusive password, he's not sure he can fully understand the results or what they all mean when he puts them together.
Well, that's not good. How does he feel about all this?
He feels pretty lost. He's done more tests than ever, but he's not sure that there's not something he's missing.
Okay, Michael needs help. How can Provenant help Michael?
Well, with a simple click of a button, Michael can safely and securely upload all of his health data from different providers onto the Provenant platform. He can also choose to sync his Apple Watch, and then once it's all there, he can choose to share it with his designated physician. Once the data's on the platform, Provenant will analyze, it will calculate his risk scores, and provide insights based off a gap analysis. It recognizes that Michael is at risk of colorectal cancer. And it recommends that he speaks to his physician about the most appropriate screening test. This is really important. Colorectal cancer is predicted to be the leading cause of cancer death in the under 50s within the next 5 years. So this insight for him could actually prove to be life-saving. In addition, you can see that Michael has a cardiovascular score of 48. This is moderate. There's room for improvement. So through the app, he can click through next steps and work out how he can improve that in the future. It also advises him to think about a calcium coronary scan and that he's due a repeat cholesterol. He can choose to schedule that to his diary so he doesn't forget. Michael feels great. For the first time, all of his data is on one platform, and he reaches out to his physician to book in to chat through the next steps. Now, some of you may be thinking, this all sounds great, but how easy is it actually for us to get Michael's data. Pat, do you want to help us walk it through?
Thanks, Emma. So currently, this is a confusing marketplace, but our simple solution leverages existing legal and regulatory frameworks to provide users with 3 options: to own, aggregate, and solve their health data. So option 1 leverages existing legal and regulatory frameworks to elect Provenant as a covered entity and uses just as your insurance provider would, aggregates it all on their behalf. Option 2 interacts with existing healthcare APIs to let you link up your existing healthcare systems to our platform. Then option 3 takes everything from that crumpled piece of paper in your desk drawer or that lost folder in your email and manually uploads it to our platform, regardless of your third-party players. So you, for the first time, own and empower your data.
It doesn't stop at just Michael, though. Provenant wants to help both patients and providers. We spoke with Dr. Angelo Costas, a leading internist here in Chicago, and he emphasized the huge value Provenant can bring to clinical care. Needless to say, data is incredibly important in healthcare, but it's best when it's 1, complete, and 2, interpreted in the context of a patient's entire medical history. Today, that's actually surprisingly hard to do because there isn't a truly universal platform where both patients and providers can not only see all the information, but also see what's missing. A solution to this would be, in his own words, awesome. My name is Yuki, and I'm one of the co-founders of Provenant. I was incredibly lucky to work alongside Dr. Costas in launching a first-of-its-kind wellness and medical practice, where I saw firsthand the true power of preventative care. One of our co-founders caught an early stage 1 pancreatic cancer diagnosis, something that would have gone completely unnoticed without a comprehensive approach to healthcare. It saved his life. Unfortunately, less than a year later, I lost someone very important to me to that same exact disease. And to this day, I still ask myself, what if we caught it earlier? I'm sure I'm not the only person in this room who has lost someone important to them who's also asked themselves that same question. What if we caught it earlier? And it's this exact question that's driven us to come together and bring Provenant to life.
And I'm Pat, co-founder and CEO of Provenant. I have 12 years of experience in the healthcare industry, building and scaling teams to launch innovative therapies across the globe. And that's exactly what Yuki and I are doing here today. So we have Emma, our Chief Medical Officer, who's a veterinary neurosurgeon. Mark, our Chief Revenue Officer, brings 14 years of startup sales experience. And Darren, our CFO, has experience in take public and private transactions.
So we have the team to execute on the product, but we also have the team to execute on the go-to-market strategy. One of the most attractive parts about operating in this space is that there's a ton of publicly available data from the CDC and CMS that we can leverage to learn more about our target customers and target them appropriately. So we see an acquirable market in the US of 65 million potential users who we plan to target first through digital advertising. So after an initial Harry-style launch, we expect to launch a series of ad campaigns through social media, targeted keywords and influencer marketing, and then physical advertisements. So the majority of our customers are going to physical sites. They're going to healthcare centers, they're going to diagnostic testing centers. Putting physical ads in the most highly trafficked of those spaces will get in front of our target customers when something like Provenant would be most top of mind. And then third, partnerships. Once we gain traction in the market, we actually expect to be able to partner with the lab and diagnostic networks, with employee health and benefit programs, and with concierge medical networks. So with this strategy, we see an obtainable market of 10 million users, and we're confident in our ability to convert them.
Thanks, Mark. We plan to provide significant value to our customers by utilizing a premium subscription model, which will generate ARPU of $170. We believe we can capture 67% of this through contribution margin based on these results. Accounting for advertising, technology, and other fixed costs, we believe we can have year 5 EBITDA of around 17%. These results will also yield annual recurring revenue of $85 million based off 500,000 users at the end of year 5. Our premium subscription model will also yield an LTV of $470 and will pay back on acquisition costs within 6 months. All in, we believe we have an LTV to CAC ratio of 9x and positive results in 4 years. We believe we can deliver on these results, but we need your help. Let's flip to the ask. We're asking for $2 million today in addition to the $100,000 in founder funds we're contributing. We have a wait list of 50 users, but we plan to use those funds to develop and deploy the MVP and then grow that wait list to 500 users. We'll use the remaining funds to launch and in test markets like Chicago, where we intend to acquire a total of 1,000 users, and then we'll fully validate the product, and then we'll be back for more for the next seed.
The market is shifting. People aren't waiting for symptoms, they're actively seeking answers. And for the first time, consumers truly own their own health data and they want to use it. But the current tools fall short, only collecting data without actually making it count. That's where we stand apart. We're not here to win as a closed system. We're building an open layer that the entire ecosystem can plug into. Solution agnostic, insight driven, built to empower people, not to protect the system and its walls. If you also believe the future of healthcare is proactive, we'd love for you to join us and Michael in redefining prevention. We are Provenant. Thank you.
Spot on. Yes, sorry, left, Kathleen.
I need you to back up for me. If I'm a concierge physician, I am selling for 10 to 15,000 premium that I am available and that I have everything. And let's not get into the liability that if I'm making diagnostics without all your information, it's a problem. So why do I, as a physician, want my clients to use you? Because it's tacitly admitting I don't have everything I should, one. And two, what happens, I love the idea of aggregating the information, but aggregating information is not the transition into preventative diagnostics. It's just information. So how are you crossing that Rubicon? And how are you getting the physician who already has an obligation to have the information to use information that it didn't order, doesn't know the resource from, et cetera, et cetera?
I'll take the first question in terms of the concierge physician. So this is on no way of a reflection of doctors aren't doing enough, right? This really is, if anything, to strengthen the patient-provider relationship. We're seeing an explosion in options of elective diagnostics and services that people are taking part of because it's more information. It's providing more biomarkers and more data, really gives you as a consumer a more complete picture of your health. But the problem is a lot of these new services, they're using an external doctor to analyze your results that don't know you, they don't have your medical history. And so when we spoke with Dr. Casas, he goes, that's great that my patients want to go find this information, but I'd rather they bring it to me and I help them interpret it. So it's not that the doctors aren't doing enough, it's that we are seeing the consumer trend, that a growing demand and growing take-up of these services, that they should be brought together. And then the second question...
I can probably take part of that.
Emma can take that.
As well, I think even when we were chatting to the concierge doctors, even if, say, their patient's on MyChart, but they go to a separate hospital outside of network, it was really frustrating to them that they couldn't see when their patient had been on holiday, the results that had come in, and they had to chase a million times to get those results. So they actually thought this would be powerful and a value add for them. In terms of what we're going to do when we've got the data, so we're leveraging the task force guidelines for preventative health from the UK and the US, which essentially give us a roadmap, and we built out a model for doing the gap analysis on the data that you've uploaded into the system. And then it will, these are the screening advice we're using, and all the risk scores, and that's what kicks out the algorithm as to what's predicted for you. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Perfect.
Dippy?
I was just wondering, so is the initial go-to-market that would be paid for by the consumer?
The initial go-to-market, yeah, in terms of the subscription model, are you asking?
Yeah.
Correct, yeah, it's going to be a subscription model, so.
And then is the future, of when you think about your strategy and kind of what payments look like, that payers would pay for it or providers? Like where do you think that would go?
So right now, consumers are paying hundreds of dollars for out-of-network diagnostic tests. Like Function Health is $400, Inside Tracker is $700, Prenuvo is $2,000. People are paying for these, but their information is still separated in all these different silos. So by providing that central access, we actually think that there's going to be a huge market for the subscription model.
Yeah, because I think that what ends up happening, at least I've seen kind of trends in healthcare, is when you do these outside diagnostics, you do that kind of one-time payment, but at a certain point in time, you're making healthy people healthier, versus actually going for the people that, actually should be taking those tests are not taking those tests, right? And actually are 80% of our healthcare costs. And so how do you kind of differentiate between where you're starting versus kind of where you're going to go?
I actually, in analyzing the competitive landscape, most of the players are provider facing, and in the few consumer facing providers, the big differentiator is they're looking at a current snapshot of where you stand. There are very few competitors in the space that are actually forward looking and also trying to fill in the gaps. So as you age, as you are, are on our system, we continue to look at your information. Okay, you've done one function test, you may not do another. But then we can look at, hey, at this point, you should consider this type of test. So we're much more forward-looking than rather just a current exact snapshot of where your health stands today.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, Troy?
So I love this idea as a quantified self geek. And have been for a long time, so I want it. I'll be a beta tester.
51.
All right,
51.
we got it. But I'm curious, similar line of questioning, who is the customer? And I appreciate that you might get some early adopters from individual users and crazy people like me. But it seems like there could be channels to get much more revenue from people who really care. So, if you can prove that you're reducing the cost of health care, of treating the problem by being preventative, insurance companies should love this. If you can prove that you're going to have healthier people, businesses should want this. I mean, they're already paying so much for health insurance. This would be single-digit percentage of what they're paying for health insurance. But if employees were healthier, happier, on time, et cetera. And then it seems like you also could have another revenue source from lead gen to all of these expensive tests that are out of pocket. So why didn't you go down any of those paths? And I'm sure there are 10 others that I didn't think of in the last 2 minutes.
Troy, were you listening in our meetings? Because I feel like you've hit the nail on the... I mean, we could have, but we only had 10 minutes. And I think the most focused strategic way to enter the market is through the consumer. But I completely agree. There's so many more that we can
I think it's the right place to enter because you do have early adopters who will pay, and it's proven. I would have loved to see you say, but wait, there's more. If you buy now, you get the Chinese Ginsu knife and the bamboo steamer. Here's what it's going to look like.
Yeah, so Troy, this is great. This is what we fund. We want to be really focused and really capital disciplined, and we feel like owning the user upfront will open these options. I've worked in the pharmaceutical and biotech space. We are spending massive money to identify these patients, to improve health, to do this research on our own right now. So we just see this user access as our starting point, and there are many channels we can monetize on in the future.
We'd love to, chat offline and tell you all our ideas about where we'd like to take it.
Love to.
Thank you.
Victoria.
2 questions. The first one is I have to ask, why doesn't Epic build something like this? And then the second one is how open are you finding providers to actually considering or trusting all this extra data that patients might bring them?
Yeah, so I'll answer that in 2 parts. So first one, Epic is trying to do this, just address the elephant in the room. But they're doing it in their revenue model. Their entire business is set up as being a closed system. They want to own the engagement, and they also add to the fragmentation problem in the data because they do one consumer, one thing. For example, New York's health systems and Boston's with MGB, completely separate. Do not talk to each other, and there's no interoperability. And we see a lot of regulatory frameworks and tailwinds in our space. Consumers under the age of 35 are very willing to upload their data because they know it's already out there. And so they feel they should own and control this because they might as well gain a benefit when they're already taking on the risk operating in this marketplace.
Can you repeat your second question?
Are you finding that providers are open to receiving and trusting this information that patients bring to them?
I can take that question. When we spoke with Dr. Casas, he kind of laughed. I remember on the phone, we were like, aren't these great diagnostics great? And he's like, uh-huh. And his answer was, sometimes we're almost generating too much data. And he goes, where it really goes wrong is when, let's say you get an MRI scan and you have someone who is not your primary doctor analyze it and they go, oh no, we have found something. And it's like, no, we've already addressed this. It's causing unnecessary concern. So they're both torn, right? Like the services are there. Consumers are going to continue to use these services and find out more information. The biggest frustration with them is someone other than their primary doctor is telling them information that is potentially wrong and actually making it worse.
How do you think about risks and liability?
So great question. So we're looking to partner. We're looking for a great CTO and great legal counsel because liability is a huge concern here. But as Emma alluded to, we're already using validated frameworks and risk scores. So we're not looking to reinvent the wheel. So this will dramatically cut our risk. And we're going to be fully HIPAA and CCPA compliant to own user data and avoid some of these lawsuits other companies have run into. Yes, Sonia.
So at the core, it feels like this is a software product and that the winning team is going to use AI and technology, to make a better service. Talk to me a little bit about who from your team has experience building software or technology products and how is the product getting built?
So I've been building systems like this to work in the rare disease space, to both identify patients, bring them in, and evolve this. And Yuki and I both have experience kind of executing boots on the ground with this.
Pat definitely has more on the commercial experience. I have 12 plus years in consumer technology experience, building apps. I worked at Microsoft and was in early stage Uber. And we've put together, there's a kind of glaring hole. I know we don't have a CTO, but we've put together an incredible technology advisory board because we don't come from CTO backgrounds. We're really relying on them to really help us focus and identify that right person to fill the group.
Thank you, Provenant. Judges, thank you for inputting your feedback on Provenant. To everyone else, we will return and start at 11:05 sharp. Thank you. If everyone could please take their seats, we're going to keep going in just about a minute. We're over halfway home. You've seen 4 of the 7 teams that'll be presenting today. And when Liz and I were thinking about the arc of the story, we thought we would flank the break with healthcare. Before the break, preventative, and after the break, current situation being solved real time. Are you ready with everything? Yeah. Kavira, are you all ready?
Of course.
Without further ado, Kavira.
Hi everyone, we're Maria and Brandon, co-founders of Kavira, and we're solving the mental health crisis through a cutting-edge technology platform. Did you all know that more than half of all mental health diagnoses in the US are plain and simple wrong? This right here is data from Johns Hopkins and the National Institute of Mental Health. The number almost feels unbelievable. And we wonder why is this number so incredibly high? It's because it's not specialists who are making the diagnosis, but primary care physicians with less than 2 weeks of psychiatric training during medical school. And to add on to that, 60% of the counties in the country have no psychiatrist at all, forcing PCPs to treat these patients, and ultimately leading to lost lives.
Let me tell you a story about a guy named Alex. Alex is feeling a little depressed. He's having racing thoughts, some intrusive thoughts, and he honestly doesn't know if he can carry on in this manner. So what does he do? He turns to his primary care physician, who has had 2 weeks of psychiatric training in his 4 years of medical school. So at best, he has to take a 50-50 chance at guessing what complex mental health disorder Alex is dealing with, ultimately leading to over-medicating, under-medicating, and misdiagnosing patients. Now, let's enter Kavira, a proprietary diagnostic support tool for doctors. Alex calls the primary care physician. Primary care physician goes into his electronic health record system, sends the questionnaire, Alex fills it out. Now, when Alex meets with the primary care physician, he already has some diagnostic tools that support which mental health disorder he may be dealing with. This leads to more accurate results, faster results, better outcomes, ultimately leading to saving lives. Now, I've just briefly scratched the surface. I'm going to have Maria dive into the details.
So how does Kavira actually work? We start by screening the patient using a proprietary sequence of standardized instruments that are rooted in the DSM-5 criteria. This is important because it allows us to deliver clinically validated results. We also conduct deep phenotyping, understanding not only what the patient has, but why they have it. We use normative data comparisons, cognitive testing, among others, which are crucial to suggesting a treatment. Now, all these inputs are fed into our sequential G machine learning model, which in very simple terms delivers a diagnosis recommendation to clinicians. Again, it's built on solid statistical foundations and causal inference that is already used in FDA-trusted research. Using precision psychiatry, we're able to provide a treatment guidance that is absolutely catered to the patient. And last but not least, we have monitoring, another core piece that has been missing for a long time in the healthcare system. Patients like Alex will typically go for months in between consultations. Instead, Kavira systematically checks in to measure for things like anxiety levels, depression, and most importantly, suicidal ideation. We've put together our dream team. When Brandon and I started working on this over 8 months ago in this exact building that we're in right now, we reached out to doctors everywhere. Who should lead our clinical team? And the answer was always the same. Dr. Charles Nemeroff is the holy grail of psychiatry in the US. He's the president of the Anxiety and Depression Association of America. He sits at the board of the National Institute of Health, Abbott Laboratories, and he is the president of the American College of Psychiatrists. Dr. Charles Nemeroff is Kavira's chief medical director, building it alongside Teddy Akiki, a Stanford MD and professor who leads the clinical support decision for precision psychiatry at Stanford. He is our chief medical officer. And we have Matthew, our CTO, who holds 2 PhDs, is a machine learning engineer with over 10 years experience building models for healthcare. Brandon, Kavira's co-founder and sales superstar, has been part of the founding team of 2 companies that have been acquired. The latest one with $65 million in ARR. And me, I am a 3-time tech founder, building companies from zero to a private equity acquisition, getting support from Y Combinator, raising money in Silicon Valley, and leading incredible teams. I lead the team at Kavira. And let me tell you why Kavira is not only like a business plan or a deck, it's a reality. Assessments are already being optimized and clinically validated with the world's top doctors. We have already finished a white paper. The machine learning model has been developed and is already being tested. And what's most important is that it's computationally efficient, meaning it has a very low cost to run.
Let's jump into some of the economics here. The doctor is going to pay $169 per month, which comes out to an annualized revenue per clinician of $2,000. Our marginal cost of serving an additional doctor is $290, which leads to an 85% contribution margin per clinician. Now, what are we going to do with this in the next 3 years? On average, there are 288,000 practices in the United States with primary care physicians. Each practice has anywhere from 7 to 8 clinicians, which brings the value of $15,000, which that means we need 7,000 practices to reach an ARR of $100 million. Doctors are going to stay with us on average for about 4 years, which gives us an LTV of $8,000, and our CAC is $650, which gives us a 12x return. Now, how are we going to do this? Our go-to-market strategy is simple. If you'll notice up here on the right-hand side, you'll see the map of the United States. The red dot symbolizes the ability to cover psychiatric patients in the United States, and the blue dot is the need for that healthcare coverage. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to pilot test. You'll notice in the United States that the blue dot greatly outweighs the red dot. In the Northeast, that's not true, but for the majority of the United States, it is true. We're going to start with 50 clinicians. We already have 26 on board. And then secondly, we're going to use our top team of psychiatrists to attend medical conferences to be able to speak about the benefits of Kavira, paired with our star-studded sales team to be able to run those booths, to be able to collect data and close doctors on the spot or set up appointments to meet with them later. Lastly, we know how important it is to bring on large medical centers and PE-owned clinics. We're going to start on that now because we're aware that that process could take anywhere from 6 to 18 months and sometimes even longer to be able to close those medical facilities. So why do doctors want to use Kavira? It's simple. There's really two ways. Number one is obvious. It provides better outcomes. It saves lives. Better patients, happier outcomes. That's what they signed up to do. Secondly is the additional revenue that it's going to put in their pockets. What Kavira does for doctors is it gives them access to billing codes for insurance that they didn't have previously. They're going to spend roughly $2,000 with us, which could provide them with these additional codes anywhere from a 10x return, and in some cases, even higher. So don't take my word for it. This is Dr. Sullivan from the Cleveland Clinic that we interviewed. And he said that this is absolutely needed, and you can expect that my colleagues and I will definitely get behind this. Our competitive advantage is simple. We're in a landscape and all of our own by the way that we combined assessments and treatment matching while serving PCPs and embedding Kavira into the healthcare ecosystem sets us apart from all of the other competitors. What we've done year to date is we've already gone in and we've already raised $500,000 from Antler. Secondly, we already have 2 term sheets at a valuation of $7.5 million for an additional $700,000, which gives us space for about $200,000 in our pre-seed round. The milestones that we're going to accomplish with that, as I told you earlier, we're going to pilot test with 50 PCPs to gather data and user feedback. And then after that, in the following 2 months, we're going to integrate that feedback and really refine the model, which will bring us to our seed round, where we're going to raise an additional $4.5 million. Now, what I didn't share with you is that I am Alex in that story. And I went 30 years undiagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder. It breaks my heart looking at my family here today and knowing that I didn't know if I could make it. So this is much more than just a business to me. This is a personal venture of saving lives. And so it's not a matter of if Kavira will be successful, but when, and how many people and how many lives we'll save. And so my ask for you today is, will you join us on this meaningful journey?
Go on.
I totally appreciate you sharing your story. Thanks so much for that. I was just wondering, how is this going to work with some of the collaborative care models that are coming out? Concert Health, and there's a number of others that are kind of working in PCP offices that are helping them, providing the behavioral health aspect along with the PCP. And is this integrating with like a concert, or is this something that you can do without like a concert and a PCP can do themselves?
Amazing. Yeah, on the collaborative care model, that's something that is super interesting to us, and that's why in our cap table, Dr. Carol Alter sits there. She's been a leading voice okay, perfect, great. She has equity in the company and has been advising us on how to embed Kavira there. I think that was super important part of like not breaking any workflow, but rather like being this enhancer in everything that exists. So in a CMS, CPT codes, we definitely fit in because that's part of the future. Of course. Yeah, Sonia.
One clarifying question on the decision maker on making the purchase. Is it the physician? And if yes, what's their success metric that they're looking at to say, yes, this was a good $2,000 a year that I spent?
That's a great question. So with the decision maker, obviously it's going to be different because you have small mom and pop practices where maybe it's the wife running the front desk and the doctor who's going to sign the agreement. Or you have large PE facilities where the CEO needs to be involved to make these decisions. And so the return is going to be those CPT codes that they're going to be able to use. So every time Kavira is given as an assessment, those doctors will be able to bill for this assessment. And that's where I mentioned that 10x return, is because every time the patient comes in, they'll take the assessment and then they'll receive compensation from the insurance company that will reimburse them. And so that will really provide them with that, and then also just their patients doing better and being happier and healthier.
One follow-up question. What are they doing today to administer the same testing that Kavira does?
So there's some, the PHQ-9 is a little technical, but basically what the PHQ-9 does is if a patient says, hey, I'm dealing with some anxiety, it comes in, it's a set of like 9 questions, and it assesses, are you depressed, sort of depressed, highly depressed, and that's essentially what they're giving you. But like for somebody like me, where I have a more complex mental health disorder, it really doesn't tackle, are you having thoughts, repetitive thoughts, obsessive thoughts, compulsive thoughts, etc. Does that answer your question? Troy?
I'm a little curious about your business model. It seems like you could align better with the physician. So if I heard you correctly, you charge the physician a flat $2,000 a year.
Correct.
Subscription.
Yes.
And they get money every time they run your tests.
Correct.
Why not align it and make it a variable cost to the physician where you get whatever the right number is, but $50 per test or $100, I don't know what the right number is, but so that they don't have to feel like they're putting risk out there in terms of investment, and they make money from the very first dollar they pay you, and then your job becomes marketing to them so that they remember that you exist and they use you a lot. You're more aligned.
Yeah. Yes.
Absolutely. So we want to make sure that incentives are aligned at the beginning. We want to make sure these PCPs administer these questionnaires to as many people as possible. So if we start by charging them per patient, that's going to change at the beginning. But for sure, in our financial model, we have projected that we can definitely adjust the number of patients being assessed by the questionnaire to the fee that we're charging them. So it's just a matter of like opening the market first, but that's an incredible observation.
I guess I don't understand how charging them a $2,000 fee is going to open the market. It feels like that's putting a gate between you and the market.
So Troy, with insurance billing, so when you go to see the doctor, obviously they may not get paid for 60 days, 30 days, 90 days, depending on what it is. They get your copay. So with Kavira, what we're trying to do is we come in at $169 per month. So they're going to go in here, they're going to bill for our questionnaire anywhere from $15 to $150 just by taking the questionnaire. And so what the goal was, what Maria was trying to say is that we're going out and we're just allowing the doctor to reap the majority of the benefits right at the beginning. But eventually we want to go into some type of profit sharing plan with the doctor. The only difference is that we're just trying to make it less complex and make it very cheap to be able to enter the market as quickly as we possibly can.
All right. We can talk about it later. I don't want to steal all the time, but I think there's an easier way, a less friction way to get into the market.
We would love that. Manu?
Just 2 clarifying questions. First, does this require any regulatory approval? And then second, who has risks or liability if there's a misdiagnosis?
Sure. So part of the strategy of choosing who to target, the PCPs, was that the way we framed it now, we're FDA exempt, meaning we are considered a clinical support decision tool. We're not providing a patient with a final diagnosis, but we're enhancing the practice of the PCP by giving them all the tools to diagnose like a psychiatrist. So, yeah.
Then the second part?
Would you mind repeating?
Oh, it was around the risks and liabilities.
Sure. So the liability falls into the doctor because we're just providing them with like the analysis of the model. Of course, when we're super successful, someone will sue us, right? Yeah. We're in the US, but yeah.
That's how you know you made it.
Sorry.
You're in a very interesting regulatory, and nobody wants to hear about Stark laws, et cetera, but I do have some concerns about some of the fee sharing that you would need to work through. I'm not saying it can't be done, but telling a doctor to go use a service and then giving them a piece of the action, it's a problem. You also, as you're crossing state lines, because we know that telehealth, telemedicine, et cetera, 50 states, et cetera. Okay, I've done the lawyer thing. My real question, though, was the competitive market. You see lots and lots of behavioral platforms. They run at night if you're walking around. And how does that affect your position? Because I mean, there are lots of them out there, and if you want to talk about what private equities put their money in, they put their money there.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you see, Kathleen, all these B2C telehealth marketing, telehealth platforms in mental health, they're just like little satellites flying around the healthcare ecosystem. They're not embedded in the clinical workflow. They're even like not reimbursed typically, right? So these companies are not a competition to us because we are selling to doctors, and that changes the business model dramatically. And yeah, like we're becoming part of the system, which I think is the long-term advantage of Kavira. Deepa?
Can you, oh, sorry, you go first.
Okay, sure. How does this play alongside specialist consultation workflows that exist today?
Yeah, that's a great question. So obviously psychiatrists, if we go back to that map where it shows the need, psychiatrists eventually, we want to be able to use this as a tool that psychiatrists could use. But ultimately, right now, the greater need is just being able to support psychiatrists because the need for mental health is so great that they're not just able to cover it right now. Does that answer the question?
Kind of. So like with the specialist consultation workflows, my understanding is that like a PCP, if they have a complex patient, would go find a psychiatrist to basically do this with. Are you basically automating that?
No, so we're not going to automate that. We're going to be able to support the doctor to make a diagnosis. But like for me, I finally got in to go see a doctor at the University of Utah. That's where I'm from. And it took, I think it was 7 months to see a psychiatrist. And so what we're trying to do is bridge that gap between the time, somebody's having those thoughts to the time that they can actually meet with a specialist and hopefully get them on the right medication, the right plan, so that they start feeling better and start getting to a point. And then obviously the specialist can manage the medication or other things like that from there. But it's bridging that gap of how long it's taking patients right now. Deepa?
I was just wondering, this is the, excuse me, the initial part where you do the assessment. Once you do the assessment, there's going to a specialist, or there might be these telehealth platforms. Like, are you creating a curation on the back end of all of these different providers so that once you do the assessment, then people have a place to go? If they do need therapy, if they, whatever that is.
Of course, yeah. The goal is to make the machine learning model as robust as possible to kind of lower the burden of everyone here in the space, right? Like psychiatrists, as Brandon was saying, we're out of time, but I would love to answer that.
Sure.
Oh, we can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. So essentially, yes, make the machine learning model so smart that the monitoring part replaces the follow-up consultation the patient would need. But we're starting at a place where the pain point is so large that if we're able to solve that top part of the funnel, then our impact would be humongous.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Judges, please input your feedback. Axi Guard, please get mic'd up. I have enough lawyers in my lap, don't need one. Not for this. Thanks. All right, everybody, please take your seats. We are going to be hearing about a badger and some dogs next. 2 more teams of the 7. Please join me in welcoming Axi Guard.
Hello everyone, judges, welcome. I'm Živko and with me is Hiaze. We are going to present you Axi Guard, an affordable and advanced cybersecurity solution specifically designed for small and medium-sized businesses with less than 500 computers. No cybersecurity expertise required. Meet Linda. She runs a financial services firm in Chicago. The firm has 200 computers and 1,000 customers. Linda went to her office, opened her laptop, and saw a big red message on the screen. Your files were encrypted. Pay us $50,000 today or lose them forever. What Linda is going to do? What you are going to do if you are Linda? Linda is not alone. Every 4 out of 5 small businesses in US in 2024 was breached at least once. According to ITRC, the average cost of a breach is 50,000 USD. Combining all of this, we are getting to a potential estimated financial loss of 245 billions only for that year alone. Next year, more than 6 million businesses are at risk. Are they prepared? It is not a matter of awareness. They have 2 major challenges. First, the out-of-the-shelf antivirus solutions are not capable enough to protect them from advanced threats like phishing and ransomware. It is like relying on an umbrella to protect you from a hurricane. And second, the advanced solutions are specifically designed for large enterprises, thus making them expensive, and they also require a cybersecurity expertise to be managed, something which the small businesses usually does not have. And here is where Axi Guard is coming into the play. Introducing you our badger. It scans all computer events. It analyzes the specific cybersecurity needs and proactively taking actions. Afterwards, the badger can explain in a human language what exactly has happened, thus helping the team to prevent further issues, as well applying the right cybersecurity policies. The badger can also train a complex cybersecurity matters in a simple language, thus increasing the overall awareness of the business about the cybersecurity threats. And thus, the badger proactively prevented the phishing attack and saved the day. Linda is happy now. She can sleep well tonight. We are confident that we are the right team of executing this business. We are a team of cybersecurity experts knowing the in and out in the industry. Myself, Živko, the CAO, I have more than 15 years of experience in software development, leadership, and cybersecurity. I am also a 2-time founder. We have Hiaze, our Chief Operational Officer, who brings more than 12 years of experience in the cybersecurity startup industry, taking roles in consultancy and operations. Our marketing magician, JD, she is our Chief Revenue Officer, having more than 15 years of experience in cybersecurity, taking roles specifically in marketing, media, and sales. The badger, our Chief Information Security Officer, besides the enormous amount of experience that it brings in cybersecurity, it has the unique capabilities to clone himself extremely fast and become a CISO of our customers. We are supported by 2 advisors. John, located in the United States, he is a board member and executive in the cybersecurity industry, and he is also a boot alumni. And we have Kevin, who is located in the UK. He is a managing partner in the Consilience venture, and he has helped more than 300 businesses being successful. With that, I'll hand it over to Hiaze to tell you more.
Thank you, Zivko. There is a significant gap in the market. Hunters targeting SMBs, their solutions require cybersecurity expertise to operate, and it requires additional solution to function. And it's costly. On the other end of spectrum, we have the infamous CrowdStrike, the one that hit the world when IT outage last year. Their solutions requires cybersecurity expertise to operate, and it's meant for large enterprises. And it's very costly. And here where the Axi Guard come into play. Axi Guard is SMB focused. Our solution doesn't require cybersecurity expertise to operate, and the Badger gonna help you understand cyber threats in a human language, and it's affordable. The market size for EMEA and US is quite big, representing 75% of the total cybersecurity spending globally, with a TAM of $200 billion and the SAM focusing only on endpoint security of $25 billion and the SAM of $1 billion. Our geographic rollout plan is initially starting in EMEA region, and once we prove traction, we're gonna expand to US to gain more market share. To validate the market and product market fit, we acquired 6 customers. Customers are willing to work with us and try our product once we have an MVP. These customers are ranging from a wide and variety of industries, ranging from financial services, pharmaceutical, managed services, aviation, and consulting. How are we gonna acquire these customers? Phase 1, direct to consumer. We're gonna acquire our first 20 customers using our direct network and focusing on EMEA region, specifically on Saudi and Europe. Our goal from that phase is to protect 1,000 computers. Once we hit this milestone, we're gonna pivot to partner with managed service providers. These managed service providers provide IT services for small and medium businesses, and we're gonna bundle our solution with their offering to scale and gain more market share. You might wonder why these MSPs are willing to work with us. Actually, for 2 reasons. First, we're gonna improve their profit margins by reducing the manual effort taken by their analysts by 50%. And this better than any other competitor in the market. Second, their customers should love our product. And that would be a winning strategy for us in this segment. Our goal from this phase is to protect 100,000 computers. In phase 3, of course, our customers will grow, and definitely we're gonna grow with them. Some of these customers will be large enterprises. So we are offering an enterprise-grade product for these customers while still maintaining our SMB offering. Our goal from this phase is to protect 2 million computers. Our product roadmap, as of now, we have a proof of concept, and 6 months from now, we have our first SMB offering, featuring Windows operating system, phishing, and ransomware. 12 months from now, we have a second SMB offering, featuring Android and Mac OS, and acquiring certifications and accreditations. 18 months after that, we're gonna release our enterprise product, featuring Apple iOS and providing enterprise protection for enterprises. Unit economics, we assume each company has 50 computers. Our price per month, per computer is $8 per month, and with an annual gross margin of around 60%. We expect, as you can see in this graph, we expect to hit profit by year 3, and we expect to reach $1 billion revenue by year 7. as founders, we are putting $100,000 in this funding round, and we are asking for $1 billion to be used for engineering, AI infrastructure cost, acquiring our first 20 customers, and releasing our first products. And thank you. We are happy to take questions.
Yeah, Manu, thank you.
Thanks, and great presentation. If you look at where the threat vectors are emerging, a lot of it's about exploiting the human element in a business, right? That's where phishing is. And a lot of the solutions that are now coming to market are not only doing, whether it's endpoint detection, or response, it's also training the human element. How do you think about that in your business and product roadmap?
Jay, want to take this one?
This is for me? Oh, so as part of our sort of branding, as we promote the brand in terms of PR and digital marketing, we'll always position ourselves as the expert who's trying to educate the public by explaining things like, explain like I'm 5, right? So if I can teach you as a human being what ransomware is, what phishing is, like you don't know anything and you get it, that sort of helps you with the human element and helps us as well by building our credibility.
Yeah,
I don't know this market very well, but I don't understand how you're different. So, for example, I just changed ISPs to Kinetic. It's on the East Coast, and like they're pushing me really hard to install something like this on every device that connects to my network, and we're gonna prevent phishing, and it's all for free. How are you different from that sort of approach? And it feels like there are many products in this crowded market.
Yeah, so the traditional antivirus solutions, usually they just run on your computer and they will prevent you from malware attacks. Like before you open the file, they will check in a huge database and check if these files already exist as malicious. The more advanced cybersecurity solutions, they get the data from your endpoint, from the laptop, and they send this data to the cloud. And then there are threat analysis. So these are the cybersecurity experts that analyze this data, so they understand what is happening on these devices, and then based on these behaviors, they apply a specific cybersecurity policies. We are going to prevent you from future threats. So this is how the majority of the companies operates. So what we are bringing here in addition is that our ML model, the Badger itself, so it can understand this data, so it can understand what is happening on the computers, then it can combine this data with the cybersecurity policies, which are very complex, and they are very complex to manage and to operate, and then based on what is happening on that point, it can suggest the right cybersecurity policy specifically for your company, and thus that is actually minimizing the false positive alerts, which are also taking a lot of time to analyze, and can also explain in a human language exactly how it is happening. Also, the beauty is that we are also combining our expertise with software, so we don't rely fully on the AI model. We also have our own software implementation, so the AI pretty much is going to bridge the events, is going to bridge the policies.
And nobody else is doing something like this?
We are not aware, so we research Huntress very in deep because we believe this is our main competitor. So Huntress actually have a very basic chatbot, so it is more like just a chatbot. It's not actually.
But isn't this just because it's such a young? The opportunity to use AI is so new. So Huntress is in a room right now pitching to some investors saying nobody else is doing this because they haven't seen you in the market yet. And there are 100 other of you that are all at the same stage.
So actually for large enterprises, usually their focus, for the market leaders currently, their focus is more like large enterprises. So they are not focused so much on the improvements and on the scalability and reducing the efforts and the numbers of talents that you need. So they are more focused on improving their cybersecurity posture. And this is more like a different segment for them with less than 500 computers. So if a large enterprise wants to implement this solution, usually it's going to take time because they need to target a new segment. And it will be just easier for them just to buy us, right? Or for new entrants, it's also hard to enter because cybersecurity requires specific cybersecurity knowledge. and it's also taking time to build the solution. So there is some natural barriers for entry.
Thank you.
Yes?
Yeah.
Sorry?
What are SMB customers doing today for cybersecurity? Like, what are you displacing, or is this a new behavior that you got to convince people to do?
So we're not actually replacing anything. We're like a complementary add-on. So we talked about, at the beginning he said, the Badger helps you know technical knowledge required, but we were thinking about how we were going to position ourselves, and we want to be the outsourced CISO. The Badger's going to come in and help you. So let's say you have a team of 500 people in your SMB. You have 3 like IT guys. This will help them scale and cover all the computers, 500 right away. It helps them with the policies that they need help with. I'm not sure if we picked up on it earlier, but as we were talking about building our MVP, we already got 6 beta customers, and they're all within the SMB space. 2 are financial services, one is in aviation, one in pharmacy, and one in consulting. And we already talked to them about the different pain points that they have. So most SMBs right now just have an antivirus. This is like everything else in that vertical stack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, Victoria?
So to follow up on that, are you helping with the cybersecurity policy development and training?
Yes, so the cybersecurity policies, we also use open source database, but we also enhance this with our own knowledge, internal expertise.
And then for the training piece?
The training piece of the model...
or not for the model, but for like training employees not to open fishy emails.
Oh, so we can't because the Badger. Oh, sorry.
So yeah, that's a different. Actually, this is a different. So our software architecture. So it puts a major model, and then we have a sub models. And for the training info, it's a different sub model, which is depending on the question, it can relocate to different models which are needed to be called. So it's like it's a different model.
I think the problem with that though is a lot of people don't know when they should ask this question. Like this is why you have training programs in place to prevent. So like, how does this fit with that whole?
So actually, the design is to be proactive. So for example, in the example with the Linda, so if that turns out to be the phishing attack, the Badger can send the training exactly to the person who opened the email. So it can say, okay, obviously you have that kind of a need to get more awareness how the phishing is working, and then the training can be automatically pop up, and then this employee needs to pass the training.
Got it. Thanks.
So yeah, Kathleen.
Okay, I'm sure it's a fabulous platform. What happens when it fails? What are you doing about liability, protecting your investors?
So we are planning also to work with insurance companies. So this is like a standard practice in the cybersecurity companies. So we'll partnership with insurance companies, and yeah.
Is that insurance that you're going to have available to cover the damages for your customers, or?
The damage of the customers, yeah.
Okay.
Yes? Sorry.
So I know for some SMBs, part of the solution involves like more proactive testing, where if you hire a consultant, they will try to phish your organization to figure out if you have a vulnerability, and then train around it if they figure out is that built into this model too? This like kind of more proactive? Like what's proactive? You mentioned like reactively, if somebody clicks on a phishing link, then I'm kind of already.
So in the proactive terms, we are targeting more like proactively preventing the threat. So based on this behavior analysis, and we also have anomaly detection. So this is like for novel threats which was not recognized so far. So we mark the good behavior, and we can mark this by different functions. And then if there is a deviation from this good behavior, we say that's an anomaly. That's an anomaly that we need to prevent. Yeah. Any other questions?
Thank you, Axi
Yeah.
Guard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This one?
lights are pretty bright. That's for the best, Waverly. Good question. Oh, we missed Tim. There he is. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Not yet.
We wanted to bring our dog with us here, but
Sorts of. One more submission. All right, we're good.
It's been an exciting morning. One last team to go. Zoomies Dog Park, bring it home.
Hi everyone, we are Zooies, a subscription-based dog park that provides safer, cleaner, and more convenient ways for you and your furry loved ones to connect, have fun in a community of dog lovers. Let me ask first, show of hands, who has a dog or knows someone who has a dog? That was a trick question. So here's the problem. We've got 80 million dogs in the US. 80% of them live in urban cities. And as we all know, you come back from work, your dog can't wait to go unleash that energy and go Zoomies. They could do that in different ways. They could go to a city dog park, but typically they're riddled with some problems. One, it could be unsafe. You don't know the condition of the other dog. It's not well lit at night, so it could be unsafe for you as well if you try and go after work hours. It's dirty, and many times it lacks basic amenities, like a restroom. Or you could go walk your dog on leash, but we all know how that looks like. Typically, it doesn't get their energy fully out there, and it just ties you to the dog. You can't do anything else. That's where we come in. We want to be the best place for your best friend. We're going to ensure safety by making sure that dogs are vetted for vaccination and behavior. We're going to have park rangers to ensure that dogs are playing well together. We have 30,000 square foot of clean artificial turf that will be cleaned daily and deep cleaned weekly. We're going to have amenities like food, beverage, mobile grooming, and vet services. We're going to have clean bathrooms, and it's going to be well lit into the night. Essentially, it's like a third spot between your home and your work. And you could let your dog off leash, go make new friends, and help you build a new community. And above all, it's going to be modular. We've designed it to be Lego block-like, where you could fit it in any lots or shapes of land to help us with rapid expansion. So this is not just an idea. We've been working hard at it for months now. We've done many community events with our local communities. We've got several thousand followers. We've launched a website, we've launched a mobile app, and we've been featured in 2 local magazines in Houston as this concept that will bring communities together. We've also gotten a cease and desist, so we have to deal with some legal there. I'm happy to share that we've managed that already, but it opened our eyes to realize there is competition out there, and they're looking closely at us, and maybe we're trying to do something right here. So where are we? We've raised $800,000 of seed capital already. We've signed a 5-year lease with a 5-year option to renew. We've sold 80+ memberships, even though we don't have a product yet. When customers came up to us, they really believe in our concept and want to make it come to life. We finished the design, submitted for permits. We've gotten most of the permit approvals, pending a couple. We've got the contractor ready to begin construction, expected to start sometime in October timeframe. But none of this is possible without the right team. So Hua?
Yep. So we have a strong team, pulse on the ground. Our CEO and the CFO, Ramin Ashadi, they are co-founder of KG Barbecue. It's a Texas monthly and a Michelin-featured restaurant. They serve thousands of meals. So their operation experience in food and beverage industry is very relevant to Zoomies' vision. Our CEO, Sean, is already doing digital operation at GE. Our marketing lead, Mackenzie, is doing marketing analytics work at Accenture. We have a list of very important advisors, including dog trainer, architect, tech, finance, and legal support. Our architect, Matt, who designed the first TGI Friday and multiple Walmart stores, all meant to be modularized and it can be quickly replicated. So every piece of design in our park is meant to follow the same philosophy. As myself, my name is Hua. I'm a pet food merchant at a Walmart. So I work with suppliers from a startup all the way to Mars and Purina and bring their innovations to all of our stores in the US and our Walmart.com. So because of this job, I got a front seat view of the pet care industry. In the United States, there are about 54 million dog households. On average, people spend about $1,500 per household. And that gives us about $83 billion revenue opportunity. At Zoomies, we want to focus on metropolitan areas with more than 1 million population, and that narrowed down the opportunity to about $56 billion. As we start, we want to focus on Texas, and then go to Florida, North South Carolina, plus Tennessee, and that is $11.5 billion opportunity. The $1,500 is national average, but when we look at our targeted customers who are willing to spend more, they spend more on vet service and a dog daycare, the number jumped to $3,700. And our competitors, we read hundreds of their reviews, we went to multiple of their locations, and here are the 3 things we noticed. First of all, this is a proven model. It's in a growing market. And the second, our competitors are very dispersed and localized. Most of them are single location. And the last but not least, on average, they charge about $35 a month to their customers. So what does that mean to Zoomies? First of all, we will be the first in Houston. There's no competitor in Houston as of today. And the second, we want to be #1 in Texas, and then we'll go national. So now the question is, how can we acquire customers in Houston? And Ashish will tell you more.
Thanks, Shua. So we looked at the competitive landscape. Now let us understand who these dog variants are. So to find that, let's meet Sarah and her pet Arya. But who actually Sarah is? So to learn that, we ran a survey in Houston. We got 300 responses, and we learned that 70% of them are female, who are Gen Z or millennial. They have a higher disposable income at hand, and the most important thing is they love their pets, and they have higher willingness to spend. So how do we acquire them? We already have our 80 customers, first 80 customers, but we acquire to reach out to tens and thousands of Sarahs across the US. So how do we do that? We plan to build partnerships with local businesses, with community. We want to go and meet residential leasing offices, pet and vet service providers. We want to participate in community events where we will have our pop-up centers, connect with them one-on-one, and then offer them discounts or partnership payouts. Now, we expect to spend $62 customer acquisition cost on this. Majority of this is going to be our marketing spend, but we expect to extract a $600, a little more than that, of lifetime value from each dog household. Now, to understand the details of the customer lifetime value, I'll invite him to take you through the unit economics. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashish. So let's talk unit dogonomics. We are first and foremost a subscription-based business. It's our core revenue stream, where we expect to earn $49 per dog household a month, of which we expect to profit $37 and earn a gross profit margin of 76%. Now, that's not the only service we plan to offer. As Shadi mentioned, we'll have hourly doggy daycare. We'll host mobile grooming services and vet services. We'll also collect rent from food trucks. We'll build out a full bar that will serve both alcohol and coffee. When we add these ancillary businesses, we expect to earn $79 of total revenue per month for dog household and still maintain healthy margins of over 70%. Now, that's just per dog household. Let's look at a whole park. The initial cost to build a park we expect to be $1.3 million, and by year 3 we expect to earn enough profit to pay that back. In years 3 to 5, we'll achieve around $1 million of EBITDA per park, and that's when we achieve around 2,500 subscribers or dog households. Now, that's just one park. Let me introduce Tom, who will tell us how we'll scale to many parks across the US.
Thanks, Tim. All right, so let's talk about where we're going. Look, this is a classic land grab scenario. We strongly believe that first to market wins here, and once we're in, we'll have a large enough competitive moat to deter future entrants. And so our growth target by 2030 is to have 30 parks opened, generating $30 million in EBITDA with 75,000 subscribers. Now, 75,000 sounds like a large number, but that is actually less than 1% of the dogs in Texas alone. And so we think that there's even more upside potential. And this is also, from a business model perspective, this is not like putting a Wendy's across from a McDonald's and competing on price. That's why we need to move quick. And I think that we've shown that we have a strong and capable team that can deploy the resources and capital needed to do this. And so what do we need? We're looking for 1 to 2 strategic partners to join our advisory team and help us launch the first 3 parks. That's $700K to finish Park 1, $2.5 million to finish Parks 2 and 3 by the end of next year. And our goal is to nail the first 3 parks, operationally, understanding our customer, understanding additional revenue streams, as well as working on modularity so we can copy and paste this. And then it's off to the races as we launch the next 27 parks with an additional seed round of $30 million. And finally, we've heard a lot about AI and tech and healthcare, but this concept is all about Murphy, my dog, and the other 90 million dogs across the country. We raised him here in Chicago, and we enjoyed everything the city had to offer. The city's great in the summer. But it was missing one thing for him, a wide green open space that he could run off leash and just be a dog. So we ask you, let's partner together and bring Zooies to the Murphys across the country.
Sure, Troy.
So, very interesting. I'd love to understand more about the economics, the unit economics of the park in particular. You had that slide, and I'm sure there's good information on it. It just wasn't up long enough for me to understand all of it. For example, I don't see any debt service. Are you going to do all of this with equity?
That is correct. The first one is going to be all equity.
No interest.
No interest.
Correct.
All right. And then if you're going to raise $30 million, what are your expectations about exit and timing? Who's going to buy this, and how is valuation going to be calculated?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we've talked to a couple of PE firms around that already. Typically, because this is a land grab and you're going to have a facility there like a daycare or so, many of the PE firms would be part of the initial folks that would focus on either A, helping us scale, and then eventually be an exit avenue for us.
But how is an exit going to be valued?
Yeah,
who's going to buy it?
One of our advisors in the pet care and pet industry space had mentioned that current multiples for something like this are around 6 to 8x. And so it's really how fast
6 to 8x of EBITDA, 6 to 8x of revenue?
Of EBITDA. Yeah.
And how much EBITDA are you going to have?
30 million by 2030.
And how much of the company do you think you have to sell to get your 30 million in capital? Like, what's the valuation you're going to raise at?
Yeah, that's a good question. We're currently probably looking at selling 80% of the company to get to that 30 million. So we would dilute ourselves quite a bit at that point.
Okay. I'm just trying to process all the. If you could leave it on the unit economics until the next question, that'd be awesome.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Deepa.
I just had a quick question on space. When you're looking at some of these urban areas, how are you, when you think about Chicago, and Houston might be a little bit different, but, there actually isn't, a ton of space to be able to do something like this. And if you do, then would you limit the number of subscriptions and increase that subscription so it doesn't feel crowded?
Yeah, so park capacity is going to be absolutely critical. What we're targeting as a niche area is we're looking for odd-looking shaped pieces of land that developers couldn't use. So one of the big parts for us is to partner with developers, like Robbie as an example, and help them as they're building a new community of, say, apartments or townhomes or so. This would be a very convenient amenity for both those who are living there, but also for all the realtors and brokers to really upsell there. So odd-looking pieces of land that they could really leverage and develop, plus partnering with developers. Right. Yeah, Manu.
So I don't mean to be overly harsh, and I say this as a dog owner, but this feels like a nice to have thing for a lot of people and a must have for very few people. What data do you have to prove that's wrong? And specifically what I'm trying to see is, do you have, and I know you're early, but like from competitors, any sort of retention cohort, that kind of stuff, to really prove that there is this systematic usage of a product like this?
Absolutely. This is a product based on behavior. So I myself am a subscriber in one of our competitors in Atlanta. They have 4 locations already in 6 years. And I go there 3 times a week, mostly because you get really productive. I could let my dog loose and I could go do some work on the side. I get to meet new people. You're building a community. So it's also fun to go there. It's not just because I want to exercise my dog. So it's very, very behavioral driven. And either way, your dog every day needs to go and release that energy. So that's part of the appeal here, is we want to actually tie it to something very behaviorally rooted that you need almost daily. So please, Sonia.
So my question is on payback period. So I know for retail, usually like a 2-year payback period is like the goal. And the longer your payback, you said 3-year payback period, that means you've got capital. It's just going to impact how fast you can scale. So like if you're Chipotle, you're actually closer to a year, to 12 to 18 months. And like that's why they kind of rapidly took off. Why is the payback period 3 years? How did you get comfortable with that? And like even from it sounds like you've gotten PE feedback. Were they comfortable with that? Feels like a tough number.
Yeah, for real estate, typically between 2 to 3 years is the magical number, and we did that when we opened a restaurant. We got it luckily much lower than that, but you're spot on. For us in this case, yeah, it's 1.3 million, but you got to really look underneath what it's involved. You're going to a green piece of land. We're going to have to bring in utilities. When we really scale, that cost will go away, so your payback will go down, because you will try and partner with developers where they already brought the utilities and you're laying down the turf and putting up all the facilities, the apps, and everything else. So we expect that cost to go from 1.3 million, take about 300K to 400K of utilities and land development, go down to about $1 million or so. So payback will be faster. But we got to prove it on the first one, right? Yeah.
Yes. You talked about more established competitors on the coast. What's differentiated the ones that have been successful? Have they reached profitability? And what do you see there?
It's a great question.
Yeah, I can answer these questions. So I think so there are a couple of things. One, I think what really differentiates us is the business model. So we're trying to solve 4 problems, right? Clean, safety, convenience, and community. Most of the competitors we visited, physical locations, online reviews, they are trying to address maybe 1 or 2 or up to 3 problems. And then what happens is they put so much capital investment that is almost impossible to duplicate quickly. So that's why a lot of well-run parks, even their members really love their concept, it's so hard to open 2nd, and 3rd, 4th locations. So that's one way we try to be differentiated, right? We still want to serve customers well, but also how can we design in a way and operate in a way that we can modularize and quickly replicate to multiple locations. I hope that answers your question.
And I'll add to that, we're also doing partnerships. What we saw with like Barkay or some of the other competitors, they spent $5 million on each park, which is quite a bit, which addresses like Sonia's question around, hey, payback. In our case, we want to bring partners in with us. We don't want to be the food and beverage operator necessarily. We want to bring partners to go let them take that part of it and run it and do it better than us. So, Troy.
I'm thinking about location. And so, there's probably a high density of dogs, for instance, in Lincoln Park here in Chicago. And that would be awesome to have one of these. And then I'm thinking about what the cost of what's basically 3/4 of an acre in Lincoln Park would be. And it seems very prohibitive.
Very high.
So where are you putting these? Because if you put them where the people are, it's too expensive. And you put them where the warehouses are and the people aren't, nobody's going to use it. Like, how are you? Location, location, location.
Yeah, that's absolutely key. That's why we started with Houston first. Houston was pretty economical for us, and we got in East Downtown, which is a pretty high dense location with exactly a customer portfolio or profile that we're looking for. And we got it at a good price because we partnered with a developer. They saw the concept very quickly and realized this will bring value to the whole neighborhood. Areas like Chicago or LA or New York is going to be a little bit tougher. We know that. We realize real estate is very expensive there. So unless we really form a good partnership where we could bring good dollars in economics, it's going to be a little bit challenging. We do
Troy,
realize that.
Also to add on this question, that's why we picked Houston first. There's zoning law. And also let's pick also Dallas because both of them are metropolitan areas, huge piece of lands. And then we look at Florida. So that's the path we're going through. That's why we didn't target like a place like Chicago to begin with, because it is expensive. And we don't buy land. We only lease land.
Yeah, we're leasing the land.
Yeah. Catherine.
Where is the leasing of the land in this unit economics up here? I don't see it.
It'll be under facilities expenses.
So $200,000.
We got for lower than that. The lease is much lower.
But you have other stuff in facilities expense also.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Correct. And with the developers, we're doing a triple net contract, so they'll get a percentage of the profits and revenue essentially, which
and
is
where's
standard.
that in this?
We have it in the backup if we want to see like the lease terms.
No.
Yeah, it's there in the facilities expenses.
And taxes on that land and all that stuff is in the 200K?
Correct. It's triple net. Yes.
The lease is $5,000, by the way.
Per month.
Yes.
For 3/4 of an acre?
1.3 acres.
Yes.
We took an old railroad area that was not used for anything, and we converted it into that.
Yeah, I think that's like a valid point where when we're partnering with developers, oftentimes there's these weird pieces that end up falling off based on their plans, and they're willing to go and lease it for way under market just to provide additional value. And that's where I think we can really provide a good solution.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just to give you a sense of the shape of the land that we're talking about when we say it's irregular,
yes.
There was a railroad coming through this plot, and so the developer couldn't use any of it for something. So this is
but for dogs, that's amazing. You got a 200 feet to run. So that's exactly what we're looking
running laps.
Awesome.
Thank you, Zoomies.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope you all feel as proud and engaged about how well these teams presented today. Please join me one more time in giving them all a round of applause. You were excellent. You've all won. You're fortunate that your classmates were here cheering you on. It is 12:15. Let's be prepared, just in case things are swift, to be ready to hear who the winners were between 12:45 and 1 upstairs, as I recall. See you then. Hello? If all of the GNVC 2018 finalists could please make their way to the dining room, we're going to be doing our announcement of winners now. As you know, it's been a long, arduous process, and everyone who completed and competed in GNVC is a winner. We already know of many teams from the last several years who didn't even make the stage and have launched successful growing enterprises. So we're thrilled and grateful for the entire program and encourage everyone to start his and her businesses no matter the results of today's competition. It's also worth noting that of the 3 finalists, there was a hot debate in the deliberations room about who should be in first, second, or third choice. And the output of that means that of the $100,000 initially being allocated today, the cuts are 50, 30, and 20. So while there is a first, second, and third place winner, the dollars are relatively close, a reflection of the closeness of the competition. We will announce the winners in reverse order. First, we will announce the third place team. When we announce you and your $20,000 check, please the entire team come up. You will be handed a fictitious check, and we will ask for a photo with the photographer here. Then you will leave the stage, and we will go to team 2 for $30,000 and our winning team at 50. How does that sound? Are we ready? We are ready. Drum roll, please. In third place for the 18th annual Global New Venture Challenge, Provenant. And for the fine print on the investment from Booth that comes in the form of a safe note, Hayward will, of course, be in touch in the days to follow graduation. In second place, with a $30,000 investment from Booth, Zooies. We expect Booth alumni discounts at the first dog parks. And in first place for the 2018 Global New Venture Challenge, it is our great enthusiasm to present $50,000 investment to Kavira. To everyone, we wish you an extraordinary graduation weekend. You've all earned the right to celebrate. A Booth degree is something that will take you far, and the relationships you developed here the farthest. So hats off to all of you. Enjoy the celebrations, and we wish you a wonderful weekend in Chicago with friends and family.